Congratulations.
Who?
Art Gasparo at the bottom of the page there.
Congratulations,
Baby.
Art.
Wow, that's cool.
Congratulations,
That
Art.
doesn't happen every day. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Art.
much. Thank you.
Okay, we are live. Ray, you're muted.
Thanks, Kathy. I thought I had to mute myself. Ollie. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I'm just making sure I have everybody noted down here. Who's on at the moment?
Do you need a quick recap?
No, I think I got it.
You got it already, okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start it out then. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, I'm going to start this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. So in these COVID times, I'm going to read the script for the remotely conducted meetings. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Diane Coombs. She muted?
She's muted.
Okay. Can somebody unmute her, please?
Yep.
Val Oliver? She's muted.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. Abby Camp? She's muted.
Muted.
Abby? No. Jesse Dutra?
Hi. Do you hear me?
Okay, so that was Diane Coombs for the record. She's here. Abby, that was
Yeah,
Abby.
I'm here.
Yep, thank you. And Jesse Dutra.
Here.
Very good. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus. Muted?
Yeah. Holly, you're muted. Okay, there we go.
Holly?
Yeah. She's giving you the thumbs up.
Okay. We'll take the thumbs up and as an affirmative. So moving right along, anticipated, excuse me, and somebody's got a loud thing going on there. Anticipated speakers will be noted as they appear. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be conducted via roll call. So with that, we're going to turn over to the agenda. And if I could have a motion from someone to approve tonight's agenda, that would be great.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. Now I'm going to do my roll call. Diane.
She's muted.
Okay, Abby.
She's muted.
Jesse.
Here.
Thank you. Well, you say aye.
Aye, excuse me.
Great.
I,
Hey, you know what would be really super helpful, guys? I don't know why it's taken me this long to come to this realization, but when we're coming up for a vote on something, unmute. So that I don't have to wait.
so Ray,
Yeah.
I'm not muting myself. I've left myself unmuted since I got here.
Right. So sometimes if you're generating background noise, the TV people will mute if they know it's coming from you as a source. So what you have to do is you have to look at your own little monitor thing and see if you're muted. Okay.
Ray,
Yes,
are you there?
I'm here.
Mine keeps saying video preview waiting and the thing going around. I say join with video, nothing moves. And I've
Well-
gone back and done three
Well-
times now.
The funny thing is, Diane, you actually are on video right now. So,
But how much see the drawings?
We don't have any up yet.
no, we don't have any up yet. But Diane, tell me if when we do get to some drawings, if you're not seeing them, by all means, let me know. And we can try
Okay.
and get it sorted out for you, okay? So now listen,
Yeah.
Val did make a motion to approve tonight's agenda. So far, I have Jesse's vote. Abby, are you in?
Yes.
Thank you. Diane, are you in?
Yes.
Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
And so is the chair. So motion carries. So that's the agenda. And Holly, I guess, do we have anything posted on via email for public comment that we should know about?
Holly, no sound.
She's muted.
No, she just doesn't have sound.
I can answer that. There's nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Then with that, we're going to move along to consent agenda. Do we have anybody else, by the way, in terms of members that have joined us? Oh, Stephen Welch is just about to come on because I was thinking maybe perhaps we would have some quorum issues here because our first thing on the agenda is consent, and I need to recuse and Val needs to recuse
Yes.
now. So Diane, could you chair the consent agenda, and your board would be yourself, Abby, Jesse, and newly arrived Stephen. If Stephen is up there yet, is he?
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Sorry, Zoom was misbehaving.
No, that's okay. So you came just in time because Val and I need to recuse from the consent agenda. So it's going to be Diane, Abby, Jesse, and yourself. Okay. So Diane, can you take it from here on consent?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 1 through, oh, my fingers are so sticky. 1 through 12. If anybody has any questions, we get an answer now. Otherwise, I could take a motion to approve 1 through 12. there are no questions.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you, Abby. All right. Steve.
Aye.
All right. Abby,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
me is also in favor. So that's all four of us.
Thank you, Diane.
And the
So,
next,
yeah, now we're on to consent with conditions, of which there is just one. Now,
right.
oh, for this one item, we have 2 associate members and we have 4 regular members. So we're going to need to pull in. Jesse, you willing to sit in on this one consent with conditions?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. So could I have a motion for consent with conditions?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion,
Val beat you to the punch. So Diane, are you in favor?
in favor.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, aye.
Okay. Jesse?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. So that's consent with conditions. Now we're signed. So Kathy, can you walk us through the signs? Signs will be Stephen. Okay,
Okay. So both signs were approved. Straight
as
approved,
submitted.
as submitted.
Okay, can I have a
Oh,
motion?
great, great. I'll make a motion to approve the signs.
Approved.
Oh, Abby beat you to that one. So Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. And Val, you're in favor, or Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Okay, chairs in favor, motion carries. So that's signs. And now we have some lingering new business that was carried over. So obviously I need to recuse from the first one here. So Diane, can you take that for me, please? And I'm going to mute.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to mute once Diane comes on. She on?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Now she is.
Okay. Diane, you
I'm
there?
gonna rip it out.
Don't
Yes,
rip
I'm
anything
here.
out. No, don't rip anything out. So Diane, you're chairing the next 2, okay?
No, is Steve not acting as chairman for 88 Quignett Road?
No, we're on a,
No, we're on new business. There's 6 agenda items, the first 2 of which are ours, 62 Walsh. So I need to recuse. So this is a new
Oh,
board.
I see. Right, I'm feeble-minded. Never mind.
No, you're not. But so Diane, I'm going to mute myself, okay?
Okay, so now we're going to 62 Wall Street. Is Lisa there?
I am here.
All righty.
So these next 2 applications are removing buildings from an existing piece of property. Both buildings were built by this office. One, the back cottage was built in, probably 4 or 5 years ago. We have an interested party. We are making headway with Housing Nantucket as a transactor for it, which is exciting, but I would take the
Good.
demo in case that doesn't work out and we can't find somebody to take the building. But they're
Okay, so
contemporary.
that is for 62.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Stephen, you're on this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I just wanted to mention that HSAB did take a look at this and they were fine with the proposed move demo. They'd rather obviously see it recycled, so.
right, so we're
So
hoping that they're going to take. And so, okay, Steve, are you all right with the move demo?
Yeah, I just might add, I mean, it's not our purview, but I think it's wonderful that Housing Nantucket might take it. So that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're gonna take
me
it as
too.
as a broker to somebody that would like it ultimately. It's one of those things where they get it donated, somebody buys it from them and they use the cash to further their mission.
Right.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be one of their housing units, but it would
Gotcha.
be, they would get the
Gotcha.
benefit from it.
Oh, all right. So Abby, what's your opinion?
Aye. I'm in
All right.
favor.
All right, and you're in favor. All right, well, I'll get a motion out of you in just a minute. Jesse, what about you?
Aye, I'm in favor.
All right, that's 1, 2, 3, I'm 4. And so, Val, you're on this, right?
Yeah. I'm in
All right.
favor.
All right, so Abby has made a motion
Yes.
to approve the move demo of the cottage at 62 Wall Street. So, Steve,
Aye.
all right, and Val,
Aye.
and Jesse,
Aye.
and Abby,
Aye.
and me, were all approved. The next one is sort of the garage, and Lisa, what did we come up with? We're going to
It's the
try and
same,
keep it there
same
and
thing. We
move it.
move or demo. We built this a couple years ago. These are the people that purchased 60 Wall Street and they're building a garage guest house that you've already approved on that site. So
Oh,
it,
all right.
I think it'll look much nicer with that building not in the front yard, as I'm sure you guys will all agree with.
Motion
we're
to
after the
approve
demo
as a
movement.
move-off demo.
I have a motion already on the floor. If anybody wishes to say anything more, let me know. Otherwise, I'll run around. Abby,
Aye. In favor.
Jesse,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and me, aye.
Great. Thank
So
you very
that
much.
takes care. Thank you, Lisa.
We'll see you
The
soon.
next is
Okay,
one of Val's.
thank you.
hand it back.
It's everybody except Val, of course. Okay, Val, let's see. Do we have anything on the screen yet? Yep, here we go.
Holly, is there HSAB?
Yes, there is. Mr. Chair, can I go ahead and
Yes, please do.
all right, so this is a contemporary circa 1982 house, obviously a little cape. I don't see concerns with it. There were some conversations from HSAB about possibly putting in a cross box instead. They seemed to think that it was too much, but appreciate the character. There was also concerns of it being white when
It's
it looks
not
like,
white.
okay. I figured that was just a photo, but I
Yeah,
wasn't
it says
sure.
example, yep. The thing is actually gray.
Okay, they were concerned on that. They thought natural weather would be better, so that's good. If they were done as a cross bucks, then maybe have them a little bit smaller in size, just because it's a simple cottage. They felt instead of having that detail. So that was pretty much it.
Thank you, Holly. Is it natural to weather or is it, I'm trying to figure out whether the house has like a gray.
No, it's a gray color. It's almost like a bluish gray color.
Yeah,
She just fell in love with this railing she saw somewhere, so she thought it would be charming on the front of her porch. Definitely would be gray, but
okay. Let's see what the board has to say. Does anyone want to jump in on this one?
So can you hear me, Ray?
Yep.
are we commenting on the design of this house?
But not of the house, just the railing.
Oh,
The house is built. So see in the lower right-hand corner, that's the house.
okay.
And if you look at the drawing above that, you'll see that it's got this sort of stylized crossbuck kind of Chippendale rail. So that would go in place of the vertical balusters that are there now. That's all this application is for.
Well,
Yeah,
and to be
I
clear,
was in
It's
favor
just-
of the simpler design of like a crossbuck as well.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like that. Not that that's a bad thing, but it's just that it's unusual in sort of, for me, a negative way.
Okay. Val, were you trying to say something earlier?
I was just gonna say, it's not the entire railing, it's just 3 small areas within the railing system that's there. And I'll come back and ask how the crossbuck thing would be all of the railing to be crossbuck, or this little insert could be a crossbuck.
Well, that's yet to be determined, but I
Okay.
think that Holly and HSAB were suggesting that it's a good question to ask, but so I would imagine that just get rid of the sort of diamond shape in the middle and then an actual crossbuck, and I think that's what they were after, because that detail is less ornate than the one that we're looking at right now, I think.
Yeah.
But let's go around and see what the other board members have to say, and then we may return to that issue. Anybody else want to jump in on this one? Abby's spoken.
I'll go, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen.
So, Val, I think one of the things that might be working against you is that image. It just looks like those are larger than the typical 1 1/8 balusters. They look like they're almost 2 inches, real chunky. So I think presentation-wise, that's kind of working against you. I realize you're just working with an example image your client gave you. I do think that a simpler design, perhaps just crossbucks in that small area, the design area, would be more appropriate. And I think crossbucks overall would be appropriate. So either way you went.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane, are you there? Diane may be muted, perhaps. How about you,
I
Jesse?
don't
Are you-
have-
Oh, there's Diane. Hang on. Go ahead.
I
Diane?
was just saying that I think that Steve is right, but I have no picture other than that stupid video preview and the waiting signal going.
Oh, boy.
That joined with video.
You do not have video.
I have, see my hand, that's what I can see.
What?
I said, I can see my hand, and that is all I can see.
Huh. Okay. So Kathy,
Yes.
perhaps you can get in touch with the TV people who can get in touch with Diane and maybe work that situation.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. Okay.
So Jesse, what do you have to say about this?
I honestly don't mind it. I think adds a little bit of a charm to the front of the house, gives a little Victorian feel.
Okay, thank you. So I think that if you got rid of that middle diamond piece, it would simplify it enough for me, just so that it looked more like a Union Jack. You know, it was a crossbuck with the cross. I don't know what to do about Diane.
Well, I'd like to hold and ask if she wants
Yeah.
to do that, or we may just withdraw it.
Okay, okay. So would you like that motion?
Sure.
So Val is requesting that we just hold this for revision so she has a chance to discuss this with her client.
Okay. Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Jesse?
Aye, Jesse, yes, that sounds good.
Yeah. Diane, if you can hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so you're in favor of the motion. Thank you. Abby?
Yes.
Aye,
Oh, you made the motion, right?
yes.
Stephen?
Aye.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay. So now we're on to Silva at 16 Helens. And how are things with Diane right now?
Looking a little gray.
Hasn't changed.
I'm still texting.
Okay. Hey, Diane?
Yep.
Can we, can you bypass these Silva things so that we can move forward until you
Yes.
get your video up?
You go ahead. I know what the houses
All right.
are. I know.
Hopefully they'll get you
Ronnie
sorted
Shepherd
out before we get into
has-
our old business. So this is gonna be Jeff and Stephen are both on this, as well as Abby and Val and myself. All right, so do we have somebody here to represent this, by the way?
Yes, hi, Eliza Silva.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Okay, so what can we do for you?
So we would like to recite our existing dwelling to the northeast corner of our property and modify some of the fenestration, making room for a new proposed secondary dwelling with pool and decking. We'd like to utilize an existing curb cut on the northwest corner of the property for both structures. Installing a privacy fence behind an 8-foot existing hedge and enclosing our drive with hedge and privacy fence.
All right, let's, there we go, site plan, okay. So let's see, Eliza, maybe, does this, you have 3 applications.
Yes,
So the first one that we're reviewing is the re-site.
right. So I think the wrong building is clouded. The reciting is in the northeast corner, the smaller dwelling.
Got it. So there was a previous drawing that showed that little building sort of right in the middle of the property. I just want to move it to the northeast corner.
That's correct.
And were there fenestration changes to that little building that you're?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
These are the views from the street that, as you can see, are that's the existing curb cut where we want to put the new driveway.
Where the trailer is?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
all right.
the northwest corner. The first one is the existing driveway that we want to close up, and now we want to put the new driveway where the hedge comes around, right where you're looking, where the trailer is.
Okay, all right. Can you even see this cottage from the road?
I mean, it's a dead end. So right at the very dead end, you can see the back of the roof a little bit. There's really not much.
It looks heavily vegetated back there.
Yeah, we have a lot of evergreens, and
Yeah.
this is the end of the road right here. So, I mean, you can hardly see it.
Mhm, okay.
You can't see it enough.
Just for kicks, I think we should probably look at what your fenestration changes are, just so that we have the whole package. So Holly, if you could scroll down a little bit more.
That's on the inside of our yard to see how deep the vegetation comes.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
That's the building in its current location, and there it is moved. Okay, very good, great. Okay, here's the building, and oh, it looks like you're just going from 8/8 to 2/2. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are moving a door and adding 2 windows. You'll see if you scroll down, and a new basement entrance. And that's all facing, not anywhere facing the road. You can't see any of that.
Right. Okay. Okay, thanks.
I have a question for
Oh,
Eliza.
yeah, go.
Yes.
You're trying to utilize the size of the window openings that are there.
Yes.
And what's happening with the 2/2 is I think they're seeming like they're more horizontal than vertical, kind of an odd proportion.
Okay.
Especially on the
smaller, the shorter ones.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Would you be more, so you like a more horizontal, not vertical? Okay.
No, the opposite.
The
We
opposite.
actually like it when the panes are vertically formatted, like portrait size instead of
I
landscape
understand.
size.
So it's just on the short ones that really happens.
It is only on the short ones.
Yeah,
right?
those aren't my favorite windows. As you can see above, they look anyways. So I mean, I can make it a smaller pane. I was trying to match the new proposed dwelling, which you'll see with the 2/2s.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
They're very close together. So we're kind of fine with what you tell us to do, but maybe if you look at the new house, it will make more sense.
Yeah, it's okay. I think given the visibility or lack thereof, it's
right.
Working with the size that's there.
If the change wanted to be made, you could do one or both of two things, meaning you could make the windows taller, or you could make them narrower, or both, and that would get you to where you want to be, or where Val would like you to be. But so was that it in terms of your concerns, Val?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather see like a 6/1 or 6/6, but if the new house is in, you want them to sort of match, so.
Okay, well, so let's, Abby, how about you? What's your view?
So I don't think we're going to be able to see this, especially on the first floor. So I think the ones above it, the proportions of the windows, the newly proposed are fine. And I'm fine with the basement and the French doors.
Kind of sounds like you're in favor of everything.
Yeah, I don't really, I believe the vegetation is going to cover this, whatever. So I'm fine with it. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Ray,
Yes, Diane.
I'm here. I got it going by myself.
Oh, okay, well, that's fabulous news. That's great news. So just hang in there, Diane. We're going to review these 3 Helen's Drive applications, and then you'll be back on it for old business, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse. Jesse?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm okay with the application. I think it's fine, especially due to the lack of visibility.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Yeah, I'm good with it. I think I agree with the comments that have been made. Val's concerns too, but I think primarily on that south elevation, which isn't going to be visible, and the others are going to have diminished visibility.
Right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I feel the same way. So I'm okay with this proposal.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, as submitted. That came from Abby. Thank you, Abby. Jesse?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Great. Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. That's item number 1. Now we have the new dwelling to look at. Same board. Okay, so 30 feet. Mhm. Eliza, is there anything that you want to tell us about this? I mean, we're just sort of taking in these elevations. Is there anything?
No, only that, I think the only 2 elevations that you're really going to be able to see at all from the street, and it will be very limited are the west elevation and the north elevation. But
Elevation.
I mean, it would be like the very end of the north elevation because of how the hedge wraps around. So, and the roof area.
Val, do you want to start?
I'm trying to sort out where the front door is, number one.
So the front door is matching our existing dwelling. So it's all the way to the left on this west elevation. So you're going to pull in and park in front of the house, and the front door is to the left, and it's the exact design. It's matching our current dwelling. Again, I tried to like bring the two styles together.
Okay. I think the west, if that's the front, I'm looking on my computer at it so I can see it closer. It needs some more fenestration, in my opinion.
On the second floor?
What?
On the second
floor, yeah.
Like, you mean above that secondary roof plane?
Yes, there's
Yeah.
very large expanses of shingle there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you pull in the driveway, it's the north that you see, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What would you do for the fenestration above those? Would you just try to get some smaller 2x2s up there?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
There's another way to skin this cat, which is simply to raise the roof on that middle gable.
Okay.
You know, if you raise that up a little bit, then you're not looking at that vast expanse of shingle there. Now, I'm not sure that that's going to satisfy Val, but I was thinking, wow, there's such a discrepancy between the height of the single-story masses and the two-story mass that could be reconciled, sort of like big, medium, small.
And we definitely, excuse me, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
We would definitely be open to that. I'm wondering how the windows, interior wise, it's a stairwell, so that's not an issue, but how the windows would work above that roof plane. So I'd be more of a fan of raising the secondary roof plane up.
It's just that it seems like you have a second floor. It's 30 feet tall, and there's no fenestration on the east either. It's rather an anomaly.
Can we go to the east?
Why have all that height?
Oh, yeah, I see. Right.
You know what I mean? It doesn't, and then there's dormers up there, so it's a little bit way different.
May I say something?
Yeah.
So, you know, again, we can put more windows if you want, but that is completely non-visible from anywhere. That's facing a forest on the east side. So that would be my comment. I mean, if we put them up there, we'd be putting them up into a bathroom and a shower, you know, if we try to squeeze some windows up there.
Okay.
Well, I mean, okay.
No, Val, go ahead.
You know, we usually say it's we're just looking at the outside. It's up to you guys to figure out the inside. And there are a lot of anomalies on this house, but I guess the visibility issue will carry it. I really think the east especially needs some kind of windows on the third floor, even if it's a fake window.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, this design confuses me. I'd like to see more consistency in the windows, size-wise. I think I'd like to see the front door revisited. It looks random. I wonder if we're having trouble with the large expanses of shingle into the gable. I wonder, is it maybe too high? Maybe the roof could actually come down.
Well, we have, excuse me, I'm sorry. We have 3 floors exactly like our existing house that we're living in, and that's what we're trying to accomplish with the height.
Okay, so
Let
well,
everybody
on that
make a
east,
comment first before you respond.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Val, what did you just say?
I was just saying to Eliza, let everybody comment
Oh,
first
wait.
before she responds.
So continue.
Okay.
Adam.
all right, so, well, in that, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, well, we're just commenting on the aesthetics, what we think from the outside. So,
Right.
so, I would like to see something up there in that gable. I'd like to see more consistency in the type of windows. Can we scroll to some of the other elevations? Let's see. Yeah, okay, let's stop there. Like, for instance, that's probably I don't know what those 4 windows are in a row, but they're I wonder if I would like to see more consistency right there, and maybe I can't see what number that it looks like an A. Maybe you just have like 3 A-type windows there
But
instead of
Abby,
these itty
you said
bitty things.
you said 4 windows in a row. Are you up in the dormer or are you?
No, I'm on the first floor of
That's
the.
what I thought. There's actually 5 windows in a row.
All right, well, I'm looking at it. I'm on my phone.
I wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
so I
But
thought
do
that's
you
what you were
see,
talking about.
do you see the elevation, how many different windows are there?
Yeah.
I think it would,
Yep.
what?
And 2 different entries.
Yeah, so, and then can we scroll to some other elevations? I think I had some other comments. Yeah, see that really large roof plane coming down? That seems odd to me, and I don't know why that is. Can we scroll one more down?
One more up. Yeah.
One more up, yes. Yeah, and here, either the roof line comes down or the middle gable goes up. I agree with that, and I think that, as Val pointed out, the front door is not, if that is the front door, the other opening looks more important. Yeah, I'd like to see some revisions on this, I believe, even
Okay.
though,
This is
okay,
long we're giving clear guidance. So yeah.
okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Hi, thank you. Well, let's stick with that elevation. I agree that that moving that second floor roof up a little bit will help with the massive shingles there. I'm okay with the front door, but maybe making it more of a front door, putting a little more emphasis on it, either with something on the over it or underneath it.
Like a frontispiece or a transom or something, Jesse?
Right. Yeah. Give it a little bit more. Here I am. Here. And if we could.
Sorry, Jesse, I didn't catch the last part.
Could we scroll down to the next elevation, please? Thank you. This elevation doesn't bother me much. I understand the concern of the roof shingles there, but I don't really see much of what you can do to resolve that. So I'm okay with this elevation. So on this one, I get it with the mixing of different window sizes. Maybe those French doors could tuck over to the left a little, and you could match the same size window by doing so.
You mean match the A window?
Right.
You had one on both sides of those doors, yeah.
I don't know if that would work with the space there, but that's a possibility. And then maybe the large group of 5 windows, breaking them up, maybe making it 4 and putting some shingles in between.
Awful.
I don't, well, anyways, that's just a suggestion. And then next elevation. I'm not sure what you could do to limit that amount of shingle up there, other than maybe like an attic vent, or if somehow you could take the second floor windows and raise them up a little bit. But being that this is the back side of the house, I'm not that concerned about it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if I may.
Yeah.
I just, more of a point of clarification. So the existing structure that's on the lot that's going to be moved and turned into a second dwelling is already 30 feet tall. And this proposed structure, I guess, is also 30 feet. And
I can't believe that cottage is 30 feet tall.
based on the document that was provided, I can pull it back up again.
Really?
Yes, sir.
It's such a small building. I can't believe that would be 30 feet high, honestly. I mean, it's worth looking at, definitely.
Yeah, I'll bring it right back up.
Just to make sure that we took care of it. Were you good, or do you want to, have you finished your comments?
Those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. So now, and Stephen, I'll get to you in a second. Huh, that building is 30 feet tall? What's that? Say right there. Oh my gosh, it is. Holy crow.
Oh, wow.
That's hard to believe.
May I say something while we're looking at this?
Who said that?
Eliza.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I just want you guys to take a look at, again, the architecture of the entryway here. I was really trying to mimic it. So when you pulled into the driveway, they both had similar front doors, because for us, that was important. And that's the back, again, that's facing a forest, basically in the back. So go up to the first set of drawings. So it's right there. That's our front door.
Yeah.
And in the new proposed dwelling, the difference is it's the same style of front door, but we do have to put overhang with a bracket, kind of calling it out. But again, it was important for us to kind of make the houses look like they go together, if that makes sense.
So can I make a comment about that?
Yeah.
I have them side by side on my computer, and I think in the simpler existing building, it works because it's a very simple, almost old-fashioned style of house. In the newer version, you have big overhangs. And it's more complicated facing. So I think that it detracts from that being a front door. There's a lot to look at. So it's, I think that's what's happening. It's sort of all of the stuff that's going on in the house is competing with this very simple little doorway.
There you go. Yeah, tidying up that one elevation would be really good.
And what would you propose I do? I mean, for the doorway, in order to achieve what you would like to see?
Well, I think it's more of a massing situation, maybe.
Yeah.
And let me ask my cohorts here, what about the 30 feet thing?
I'd like to talk, please.
It sounds like maybe Stephen's going to cover it. All right, Stephen, you got the microphone.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Val, I just, before we start going back and forth, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think what I'd like to suggest is, just as an overall, is that a viewing would benefit the whole process, each of us and I think the applicant. So I'm going to request that. But I will comment just quickly on some of the elevations. I think primarily, I do this a little different. I have it on my own computer. I think primarily with respect to the proposed new structure, your west elevation, the chairman's comments to raise the middle mass roof height, so make the walls on the north and the south taller, will benefit you and help eliminate that expanse of shingle above the roof between the middle mass roof and the 2-story or 1.5-story structure. I think that'll go a long way, and I think that that's primarily going to be the concern in terms of what's viewable from what I've been able to ascertain from images and on Google and so on and so forth. I think what I'd like to do is reserve comment on the other elements until I get an idea of what's viewable, what can be viewed from the street as it exists, and what might be conditions of approval for future viewing, such that, you know, it would be limited visibility in perpetuity and so on and so forth. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Chairman, could I make a statement?
Yeah, so Diane, you're not sitting on this, but you can say something, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Mhm.
Is first of all, if you call for revisions, you should take a view of the building and the east side of the building, specifically from Meyer Common Avenue. Go down to 59 Meyer Common Avenue, Ron Shepherd's house. And these houses are right behind him. And the 20 Helen's Drive comes around them also. There's no 18. And it, if any of those places got sold, it would open it up completely.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. So I agree with everything that's been said. I think that a viewing will determine whether this property can accept 2 30-foot high buildings. I agree with the idea of getting all the fenestration to be a little bit more homogeneous in size. Eliminating these rather large amounts of shingle space that we have on the west and the east elevation up on the upper level. So all that, and yeah, I think a viewing would be very appropriate in this case. So can somebody give me a motion that might encapsulate that?
I'll make a motion to hold for review, and I would ask that the applicant submit a not super high resolution, but a good resolution Google aerial view.
Oh, okay.
I think that would help us to view this too, just so everyone has the same imagery.
Do you mean with the environs or just of the site?
I would say of the environs from,
I think that would be beneficial.
From about 500 meters up.
Okay.
Little.
You were breaking up just a little bit. A Google map with all the trees around it. Is that what you want?
If you were, Eliza, Steve Mulch, if you were to take a screenshot of a Google Maps image from, depending on what, you know, you've got feet or meters selected, I'd say from like 500 meters up.
Okay.
I think that would be helpful to get a sense of context and also where we might want to be viewing from.
Okay.
And I think that would be helpful for you to submit through staff prior to our doing a viewing, which will be next week.
Okay.
So that my motion would be to hold for review and applicant to please submit an aerial view.
And I would add to that revisions, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't yet intend to.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the motion, Stephen. Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Chairs in favor. Excuse me, motion carries. Okay, that's that. Now we're off to the pool hardscape.
Do you want that to track?
Let's take a look, see here. I mean, we are viewing this after all.
can we maybe just take a quick look, and if we have questions, we could roll them into the view and otherwise track it?
Right, because like, will this be visible from the curb cut?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out right now. It doesn't look like it, Eliza. So it looks like you have all kinds of screening on the west side, the Helen's Drive side of this.
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah.
We have an 8-foot hedge, and then we also have a bunch of evergreens and a portion of it, and then evergreen bushes. There's a lot of coverage.
Mm. So, look, the visibility of this thing, I think, will easily be ascertained with the site viewing. Does anybody have anything additional they want to say with regard to the pool application? Because I think we could wrap this into the viewing as well.
Mr. Chair, could we scroll down to the site plan again for 1 second? I just want to see.
Well, we have, there it
What?
is right here.
No, I mean, not the site plan, the locus there. Thank you.
Locus, okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I know where this is. It's Harriet, what is it called? Harriet Road?
Helen.
Helen.
Helen. And where, can you give me a reference, like another, I don't know how that.
Thurston's and Helen's are both private roads. I don't know if it makes a difference to you guys, but it's Bartlett to
Okay.
Appleton, Thurston's, Helen's, which is private.
Okay, thank you. Bartlett sort of gives me a better, I got it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
those are, if I may, she submitted pictures. If you look at the locus map, I had her identify where the pictures were being taken, 1, 2, and 3, for
Yeah,
visibility for you
little
all.
red dots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this,
Thank you. That
I
was
mean,
helpful.
as well as a view for later, but just so you know.
Right. Thanks, Kathy.
A lot of the trees are on our property. So again, if stuff around us gets sold, we planted a lot of the trees that exist surrounding our property.
So my question to the applicant is, are there other seashell drives around? I'm fine with the Belgian block. I didn't know about the seashells.
Well, our existing is a seashell drive, and yes, there was a new cottage just put in that has the
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe if there's no more discussion on this, maybe we should just roll this into the site viewing that we're doing for the house.
Okay, motion to hold to go with the viewing of the site for the main house.
Sounds good,
And
Val. Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen muted?
No, I'm an aye, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Val,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you next time. Okay, now we're on to old business, and we have established boards on all these. So the first thing up is 262 Pulpus Road. We have myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Jesse, all of whom are present. Okay. Do we have market tone?
Doug Mills here.
Oh, Doug, sorry. Yep.
Yep, sorry.
Okay, everybody ready? Let's just say yes.
Yes.
Doug, you go.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, this is, right. This is that point that I keep
Yeah.
forgetting the name of. Yeah.
So this was reviewed last week, and I believe we were right on the cusp of a 3-2 positive vote when some technical glitch happened and we lost Jesse.
Exactly. Right. Right. Okay. So listen, just to recap, I think a few of the commissioners had an issue with these quote unquote, well, not literally the size of this pool cabana. So it was a split vote, but does anybody have anything sort of additional that they want to say at this point? We've basically opened. Does everyone remember this?
I say,
Oh, Diane, we lost you. For some reason. Let's see.
I say what I said before
Yeah.
is that I think that the cabana, the new one, is too big for the area.
Yeah. Well, you're consistent for sure, because I believe that's what you said last time.
Yeah, hasn't changed.
No, but so this was one of those funny Zoom things where we were right in the middle of a vote and we weren't able to get Jesse on. So basically the motion died because it was a 2-2 vote. But does anybody want to just sort of reassert what their position is on this, or should I just move it to a vote?
I'm not going to change my position. I think it's too big to start off with, so making it even bigger seems an act of futility, but.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I would like to put it to a vote.
Who made the vote? Did I make the vote last time?
You know, I forget who made the motion, Abby, to be honest with you. Maybe Doug remembers.
I don't, unfortunately.
Well, I can make it this time because even though it's called a cabana, I think it's low enough and it's inobtrusive enough to be okay. So let's see if it flies. I'll make a motion to approve.
My board is very consistent. I'm really proud. Gosh, nobody is
Jesse Dutra, aye.
Last time. What did you just say, Jesse? Did we lose you?
Mr.
You said
Chair,
I heard it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of order. The motion was to approve as submitted last week.
Kidding me?
So,
Yeah, but I mean, basically,
Okay.
Abby made that motion again this week.
Yep.
So I'm going to move forward with the vote. So, Diane?
No.
No, correct. Val?
No.
Correct. Jesse? Jesse? Don't do me 2 weeks in a row.
he's unmuted.
Let me see if I can see him here.
His iPhone is there.
He's stonewalling us here.
Oh, it's gone.
Jesse, come on, man.
I'll text him.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe this is happening a second time.
I heard him say aye, I swear.
I did too. I can attest to that. He said aye.
No, I did, but like, I would like that to be sort of,
Yeah. Official.
it is probably going to be a 3-2. Val, are you texting Jesse?
I am.
All right.
Should we make a motion to hold this until Justin?
No, I'm sorry. We already put this applicant through this once before. This
No,
has
I
to
mean
be
for
resolved.
this meeting.
What?
I mean for this meeting, just to hold till we can get Jesse back up, and then we. bring
Well,
her
he
up again.
did say aye. Everybody heard it.
Did everybody hear that?
Yeah.
You did. Okay. All right. So Jesse said aye. We will confirm that when he gets back on. Chairs in favor. So the motion does carry with a vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now the next one.
Mr. Chairman, it's me. I'm the next.
Yeah. So
I need to have Jesse sit on it. So
I thought I just heard.
Just texted me and said, Arg, bad connection, but yes to the vote. I can show you.
Right, but he's got to be on for Lisa's thing. Tell him to
Okay.
get on.
Mr. Chair, point of order, both Diane and Abby mullened in for this. So we-
Right.
Stephen, Abby, and Diane.
Well, this is Lisa's call.
No, I'd
Right.
like to wait for
Whether she's gonna
Jesse.
wait.
So
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind going ahead to the next application and then come back to me when he gets back on.
Sure.
Okay.
Motion to hold 88 Quidnet for the return of our associate, Jesse Dutra.
Hey, Stephen,
Oh, I can't do that. I'm the chair of it.
you're the chair, so could you have somebody else make that motion?
I'll make a motion to hold 88 Quidnet until Jesse gets back.
Thank you. Polling, let's see, Val. Oh, Val
I
stepped
have
down.
to abstain.
Actually, Abby,
Yes,
motion, you're in favor? Diane?
yes.
Yes,
And I am in favor. Okay, so we'll hold that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So next up is 35 Dartmouth. Board is myself, Diane, oh, John's not here, Abby, and Val. Oh, this is the aluminum roof shingles. Oh, yeah.
I went by.
Yep, so did I.
Is the applicant with us?
Yep, I'm here. I'm Paul, the owner of East Coast Roofing.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse's back, by the way. He's muted.
I sorry, I don't know what happened there. Just bad network connection.
Okay, Jesse, you're actually not on this particular application, but we're going to go back to number 2 in just a second. So don't move a muscle.
All right.
Okay, so let's see. Abby, were you able to see the aluminum roof shingles?
No, unfortunately, but I want to hear what my board members had to say about them.
Well, the chair will hold off until after Val has spoken.
I thank the applicant for bringing in the samples. I just can't do it. I think it's too much of an anomaly here. The colors, and there's a bunch of colors as a choice, are flat. It's a no for me.
Well, so I'll just chime in because I believe I'm the only other person.
Mr. Chair, Stephen came by and saw them as well.
Stephen Welch,
Yes.
is he on?
I got a,
Oh, no, he wasn't on it. Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, so,
I got a picture from the company.
okay, well, let me just tell you in person, they don't look anything even remotely like an asphalt shingle. So there's no
No.
way to vote for these things. So let's see, we have a 4-person board. Abby and Diane, if you have anything to add, please do so.
I know, just that my fellow board members, I appreciate their views. So whatever they say, I would go along with that.
Okay. Diane, anything?
From the pictures that I got from the company, because I couldn't get out to see them, I think they're inappropriate for that roof. They go longwise rather than up and down, if you know what I mean. They're
Well,
not
they're like
appropriate.
vertical strips that are
Yeah.
sort of like dented to make it look like a shingle.
Right.
Yeah.
So mine, no.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's a tough one. These don't look anything like asphalt shingles, not even remotely. Can I have a motion on this one?
I would motion
no-
to deny.
Motion to deny. Okay, Val, thank you. So let's go down. Diane, motion is to deny.
Yes,
Okay, you're in favor of the motion. Abby,
yes.
Yes,
okay, thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. And Chair's in favor of the motion to deny. Sorry about that. It's just, they don't look, they really don't look like asphalt shingles, and I think they'd stick out. Okay, that's that. Now do we want to return to item number 2?
I
mean,
would.
not my call because I'm recusing.
Am I allowed to speak at all, or?
You just got denied.
Okay, is there an appeals process?
Yep, you can take it to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, so are we returning to item number 2?
Do I need to request to item number 2 to be reopened?
I'll step
Somebody
in.
else has to take control of this one.
Could someone please make a motion to take up?
I make a motion to reopen to, with Botticelli and Poll.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay,
I'm-
thank you. Thank you, Diane. So I'm going to step in as chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to lay out some ground rules here because this may be potentially contentious and it's going to be contained under the following process. The sitting board is Diane, Abby, Jesse, and myself. The applicant will present what changes they've made, if any. We will ask questions if we have any on the specifics of the changes only. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak may then speak, and then we will deliberate. So if you would start, Lisa, that would be great.
Okay, great. Holly,
What about the people that mullined in?
You're
Yeah.
on it. Yeah.
Diane, I said Diane is on it, Abby is on it, Jesse is on it, and myself.
Okay, sorry, Steve, I didn't hear.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Holly, I'd like to start with the photos that were submitted from the site and the map. So it's the one that's labeled, hold on. It was submitted in the package with, Tammy submitted them. Wasn't, it's a neighborhood, set of neighborhood pictures that got submitted into the file.
Okay.
Do I need to email them to you? I can do
Nope.
that right now.
No, I should have everything here from the file, so just bear with me.
Okay. I just don't know what they're titled.
Me neither. If it was in the original file, this might be it.
It should
Maybe
be
not.
titled like neighborhood pictures or,
That's, yeah.
it wasn't in the original submission. They're new.
I have the photos you emailed today.
No, these are different. They were submitted with revisions. I just re-emailed them to you.
All right. I'm gonna have to
It's a
do this.
it's a neighborhood map and then pictures of context. So it's important.
All right, so let's
So
all-
while she's pulling these up, I can just tell you that this application was heard once on March 17th, right before we went into quarantine. It was probably the last public hearing that you guys had prior to the shutdown. Since the Zoom meetings have started up again, we've decided, we obviously wanted to move forward with the HGC and have spent some time looking at the board's concerns from that meeting and making revisions to the drawings, which I'll go itemize and go through with you later. I did want to review the context that Mr. Yankow refers to in his letter. So that's what I just emailed Holly. I'm happy to pull it up on my computer if it's helpful to go through them.
Holly, if you don't have them readily accessible in order to facilitate, let's let Lisa share the screen and show us the imagery.
Mr. Chair, I have them right here. Just 1 second.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we created a map, which is a separate attachment of the context that Mr. Yankow references in his letter. And I wanted to kind of go through the context to show that Quidnet obviously does have a rich architectural heritage. So the first image is of 94 Quidnet. That's 2 doors to the south of us. 90 Quidnet is the house of the client that Mr. Yankow represents. 67 is across the street. Hold on, let me get my neighborhood map because I'm at a slight disadvantage not knowing exactly where these are. 86 is to the north of this site. 84 Quidnet is to the north of 86, obviously. Then F, let's see, that is 72. They're all along this street that my client is on. The G is 80, H is 102, I is 36D Sasakaja Road, J is 36C Sasakaja Road, K is 36B. Oops, 36A somehow shows up twice in my packet. There's 30 Sasakaja Road, and then I put in 9 Sasakaja as well. You'll notice from these photos that, you know, as I said, there's a lot of variation to these structures. A lot of these structures, historic structures, particularly 84 or 94 Quidnet Road, 9 Sasakaja, they represent flush dormers that are historic structures. They show varying roof lines, etc. So I just wanted to show these pictures to show, as typical of historic architecture, houses always have been added to over time and modified over years, some successfully and others maybe less successfully, but that is the nature of historic architecture. And we believe that our proposal to this house that we've designed is a sensitive approach to renovation to an existing structure. You can see too from our presentation that we're in fact doing a lot of subtractive work to the existing house, removing some additions that were done over the years that actually detracted from the historic nature of the main mass of the structure.
Lisa,
yes.
I'm sorry, may I interrupt? I just, if you're going to speak about the house, maybe it would be beneficial for us to see let's pull that up now so that we can see the context.
You know what, why don't I think the next thing that I wanted to bring up though was just the one other thing and then some of the visibility issues.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so you'll see in the design, which we'll get to, that we've incorporated many of the architectural details from a lot of the existing houses in the neighborhood. And Mr. Yankow refers to this as a monumental building in his letter. And this structure, as you can see from the context of the neighborhood, is very much in keeping with the scale of the other houses in the area. So I just wanted to point that out. And then next, I'd just like to talk about the visibility. There's a picture that I submitted that is, because Mr. Yankow suggests that this building is visible from the 4-way stop sign at the Quidnet and Squam Roads, which I sent a picture of. It's titled intersection of Quidnet and Squam Road. That's not it. And we can look at these. These are from the beach. They're important. This is it. This is the one at the bottom. So that's I stopped at the intersection of Quidnet and Squam Road on my bike, took a picture. You can see just to the right, the northern end of the cottage that we are working on. And I just wanted to point that out. Just to say that I don't think his letter really accurately depicts the visibility from those 4 corners. I'm not suggesting that that's the only visibility. This is from the beach. I've titled each of the houses. This is pretty far down at the water line. The day that I was out there, you can see 90, which is, and 88 and 86. And obviously as you go down the bluff, some of the other houses I show context pictures of. And I took a few of those. And then there is another set of photos from the beach where I'm closer to the dune. It might've been the first ones, Holly, maybe. It's one picture. That's it. So that's closer to the dune. You can see the roof of 86, and then that's the path that leads up from the beach to 88. And I just wanted to show those because I think that there was some discussion about some of the fenestration on the east side, depending on the visibility of the structure. So I thought it would be important to get those into the file. Now we can go to the architectural drawings. So one of the what I was speaking about before is, Stephen, you can see that if you go to the existing west elevation versus the historic west elevation, that over the years, some people or somebody, one person, whoever it was, had built, added on to the front of the structure, actually really significantly lowering the roof line and changing the windows in the front. So one of the things that we're doing as our proposal is to pull that section of the building back off and to go back to the existing windows that were there, the size of the existing windows that were there. This is not the right set of drawings. Sorry. This isn't the correct submission.
Bear with me.
Okay. It's like that. The house doesn't look changed. Something's going on.
This is it.
Yes, that should be it. Okay. Sorry. So that's it. So you can see again, going back to the west, that we have sort of subtracted some additions that were done previously to bring the sort of main mass of the structure of the existing cottage back to its original appearance. Some of the other things that we have done are the changes that we did from the last meeting. One of the concerns was the mudroom door was facing west as well. So we relocated that so that the only door that you see from the west is the existing front door in the main mass. We simplified the massing of the new addition to be in one mass rather than, if you blow it up and look at the previous submission, it was done in two gables that were stepped. And felt that the single mass simplified the house and was more in keeping with the simplicity of the existing structure. We changed the architectural style of the addition to replicate, I call it a Swiss hip. I'm not exactly sure what the true architectural term of it is, but it shows up on 94 Quidnet to add some of the existing historic details that used to be on the single story of the mass, which is that sort of reference to the hip that you see in the existing west elevation into the structure. I also felt like it shortened, as you go through the other elevations, it actually reduced the length of that ridge line and softened it quite a bit as seen from the south. We lowered the floor level of that new wing to help keep the new wing as low as possible. And we've obviously removed the shutters. We kept them on the new addition. They can go, but we felt like, I think Mr. Dutra had pointed out the last time that we had shown shutters and they weren't in any of the historic pictures. So we removed them on the main mass. There were no significant changes to the north. We can talk about the south is where you see the main changes to the main mass or the new addition. We felt like the one roof line simplified that addition quite a bit and also made it look, it just helped make the dormer look less large. It seemed more appropriately scaled with one roof line. And then we added the Swiss hip, which again, I think really softens and gives the building a feeling of a more historic quality. Let's see. The other changes here are just the shower and I think we added an outdoor shower and we added a railing down. The railing to the basement is not added. That was always there. We actually corrected the grade though. We had shown the grade higher in our first submission and we actually lowered it back down to the existing grade because there is quite a grade variance on this site from the north to number 90. it slopes down. So we realized that trying to fill on the south side wasn't a good idea. So we did drop the grade to the existing. If you continue down, I can look at the east. The changes we made there are to reduce the triple window that was in the basement. We worked on the detailing of the screen porch a little bit to make it look, the intent was to make it look more like it was just an old porch with posts that we just filled in with windows, rather than previously it looked more like a room that had been enclosed. You know, it had shingles on the walls and such. So we felt like this was a better representation of the intent of that room. And we also changed the detailing so it was more in keeping with what's there now, as opposed to the vertical boards that we had previously shown. We eliminated the dormer at the moment, but we do question whether or not it's visible. And again, we dropped the floor of the new wing, and again changed the roof line to the sort of Dutch hip. I already talked about the south. I think the north is probably the most in keeping with the original profile of the building. Again, there's just a little bit of a detail change to the screen porch from our previous submission to make it look more in keeping with what's there today. And I think those are all the changes. I don't know, Sarah Alger's on the line as well. I don't know if she wants to add anything before we move on.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is for the sitting members, if you have questions about the changes, we're not doing commentary at this point. I'd like to get questions answered, asked and answered. And if you have none, then we'll proceed. If there's anyone else from the applicant who would like to speak, and then we'll get input from people who may be opposed or have concerns. So at this point, do any of the sitting members, Diane, Abby, or Jesse, have questions on the architectural changes only at this point?
My only question, I think, is on the revision of the porch fill-in. Are those going to be screens or permanent windows?
There are going to be kind of old style sliding windows.
Okay, that's what I wondered.
Okay. Abby, any questions at this
Yes,
point?
yes, just before I talk about the architecture, I wanted to see the site plan, how the house sits on the lot. I want to see how much space is around it, so forth. Thank you. I see it there.
Yeah, you see, we're basically leaving the main mass where it is, Abby. And it's moving a little bit because of the Concom restrictions. We need to get out of the 50-foot setback, but the existing main part of the structure basically stays where it is, and we're adding our addition to the south.
Okay. Abby, any other questions at this time? We're not doing comments yet. I want to get questions answered, and then we're going to get feedback, and then we're going to deliberate without further comments from public or anyone else.
Okay. No, I just wanted to also could I just see where it is in Quidnet, because somebody said something about the four corners, and Lisa was saying that I just want to. So that's the house right there.
That's the house there. And in Mr. Detail's letter, he refers to being able to see it from the Quidnet Road and the Squam Road. And I was disputing that. Right. You can clearly see it. I'm not disputing that. It's not visible from the road.
Gotcha. Okay, I got it. No more questions at this time, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, any questions on the architectural or the siding at this point?
Could I look at the south elevation again?
Yep. Can you see it, Jess?
Yep. And
Any questions on that, Jess?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. I'm going to leave my comments for later, but if you could leave it up a little longer so I can study it a little bit more, that'd be great.
Sure, that's great. I appreciate that. So I just want to say something before we entertain further discussion. I anticipate, and I don't make the decision, it will be made as a commission, that with the new or the interest in this application, this will not be the only hearing. So I want to be clear that we're going to take input from supporters of the applicant or on the applicant's behalf, and then we'll take input from others, and then we'll deliberate, and then we'll make a decision on how to proceed. And if that includes a resumption of the hearing, then that's how it will go. So having said that, Ms. Elger, Sarah, would you like to speak on this application?
Just briefly, thank you very much, Steve. I think Lisa covered very well what we're proposing and the context. I just want to stress that when you look at those photographs that Lisa showed at the beginning, there is varied and varying and eclectic architecture out in Quidnet. And I think what Lisa's done with this design captures a lot of those elements and does a good job preserving and showing the old structure while adding on to it. It is I think, a very modest proposal. It's under 1,500 square feet on the ground, and just the siting is constrained due to the significant wetlands in the area. But there is a lot of land that goes with this property to the east, the lots to the east and down to the beach. So it isn't like this house is crammed onto a postage stamp lot with no place to walk around. It meets zoning other than the setback issues, and we'll be maintaining that. So that's really all I wanted to say at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to clarify before we take other input. Can you, whomever else is going to speak, can you just please identify yourself by name?
Yes,
Is that you, Linda?
it's me.
Okay, so Linda Williams, just hold for 1 minute, Linda. You'll be up first because you identified yourself first. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Sorry, Stephen, I'm asking my client if he'd like to speak. He's on Zoom. He's on not Zoom, he's on YouTube, and I'm asking if he would like to speak.
Okay, so you'll let us know. And is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, so at this point, Linda, and then Lisa, if your client would like to speak, we'll pursue that.
Okay.
So Linda, if you go ahead, that'd be great. Thanks.
Cool. If we can go back to that south elevation again, which is really the one that concerns my clients, which are at 90, which is right next door to it. Holly, are you able to go back to that?
Right here.
There you go. I'm going to have another presentation, but I want to stay right there first on the south elevation because that's the one that most impacts them.
Linda, I'm sorry, but would you just identify the clients by name just so we have a reference in the minutes?
Eisen at 90.
At 90?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And they're concerned about the south elevation because you'll see in some of my exhibits further down that Holly has. There's a substantial grade change as you come up the hill. If you come up from the pond, you're coming straight uphill. And you turn left in front of the nice little gambrel that used to be Denby's that got all fixed up and very nicely. And you go up the hill again. And I was out there before the privet took over completely, before it was really dry. And you could see whatever this whole elevation is, and it's very vertical coming up the hill. But I think what's deceiving is how far back it's being pulled from the small addition that's almost on top of my client's. So I think at the end, I'm going to ask that you take a view because you have two new people on it. Take a view and put a ridge pole at the 25 feet or whatever it would be going up the hill at the very southern end of this addition. So my clients and everybody else coming up the hill can see just how far back from the property line it's going to be from where it is right now and how high it is because it's unbroken at that point. So what they were asking for is, and I see Lisa put a shingled rail on the first floor deck. At one point, I thought I saw a shingled rail just on their side on the second floor deck. We were asking for a shingled rail on the walk down, but it's going to be pretty bright there. And then we were concerned about the dormer. If the dormer, it's a bedroom up there, the whole thing is one suite. The bathroom's on the left, which has some height issues, which is why this dormer is where it is. We asked that it not be triple gang, that it be reduced by at least one window and the dormer on the right brought tight to it. We would really ultimately like it to go back into a 3/3 or a 2/2 with the single, with the eave running straight across and break that vertical wall. That's really what they would like to see. So it's not just a straight flush dormer vertical wall, but you'll see that when you go take a view. So if you want to go to my presentation, that'd be great.
Yep,
Down
bear
there
with me. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Because I don't know how to share anything from my computer.
You know how to share, Linda.
I know how to share, but not share digitally. I still have a flip phone, guys. We have to go back to that every time. This is the Google map, and we're on the bottom, and we're in the middle. You get the old Gambrellas below it. We're in the middle, and then you have the subject property. You can see when you go down Quidnet Road, you run right into it, which I'll show you down below. It's this piece with a little dog leg going down to my clients. They are having trouble figuring out where the end of that vertical wall is going to be. It's going to become more visible as it moves away from us because we have a fairly sizable privet hedge, which is only there 3 months of the year. But as it moves back up the hill away from their intervening property line, I think it's going to become less of an impact. But we can't tell because we don't know where the edge of the building is going to go. And as you move away from that privet hedge, that side of the building is going to become much more visible. So if we go down below that, this structure is cobbled together from I don't know what. So any improvement to it would be a great idea. But this is from 1900, 1910. That structure goes back to some of the original little cobbled together cottages that were there. The thing on the right is a barn where my client's house now exists, but a lot of that wood was reused. So if you go down below that, there it is in 1920. The barn is still there. And I appreciate, what we do appreciate is that they're maintaining the main body of the house and pretty much as it was from the Quidnet roadside, which is a great thing to do. So if you keep going, it keeps going. It's a little bit nicer here with that addition going towards the right, rebuilt. Go down again. 1930, you can see how the grade goes up. There's the barn in the middle on the right. That's sort of on the right. Then you see their place way above ours, and then you see the one at 86 way above that. And lo and behold, 86 pretty much looks like it does today. Weird, but that's going to be corrected shortly. So you get down 1940. You can see the Denbys, you can see the barn, quarter of the barn, you can see the other structure. So it pretty much remained unaltered for quite a while. So it does need a lot of assistance. The 1926 aerial shows them all lined up here. All of them are lined up right there. The road still dead ends at the building. And then we get into the more modern pictures. So this is coming in from Four Corners. As Lisa did say, the northern end of it is visible if you're standing at the corner and the privets aren't grown up yet. But as you move down the road, it becomes dead in front of you. That's the west. This is the west. You can see our structure to the right, how close they are.
Linda, just can you give me a clarification? Holly, would you scroll back up on the Quidnet Road? Second, one more.
There.
So Linda, here you're about 2/3 of the way down Quidnet from the corner.
Yeah,
point.
probably. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand clearly.
And you can see that nothing's in bloom yet. So it becomes a lot more visible as you move away from the stop sign.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, proceed, please.
And just to be clear, my clients aren't really concerned about the main body or what's happening on the water side. It's that larger element. And that's the north elevation. They're at the zoning board, but the zoning board's waiting for you guys. And this is the water side, where they're still maintaining from the middle over to the right. They're still maintaining a real essence of the house. This is from my client's driveway before the privet started to grow in. Hold on, right there. This is the southern elevation that we're concerned about. As you come up the hill, I'm standing level, but you can see how it rises up to there. You'll see a better picture of it later. But see that elevation right there is all one story. If that comes off and the whole thing moves back to the 10-foot setback, which is what they're planning to do, and it gets taller, it's going to become visible as you come up the hill. That's why I was asking for the view and the pool at the very southern end of that addition. This is from the beach, but I don't think putting that addition on the left side from the beach side is going to have much impact considering what's already on the beach side.
Will you hold for one moment? Scroll back up. Holly, please. Thank you. Linda, can you clarify, or Lisa, the property shown on the left, I understand is 90.
Yeah,
that's us.
The new structure will be approximately the same distance from the beach or further away from the beach?
It'll be approximately the same distance it is currently away from the beach. It has to move slightly back because of the resource area, but we're talking about 4 or 5 feet.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, any member sitting, if you have a question while we're going through the pictures, please just speak
and
up.
I'll point out to you that the chimney happens to be just about the outside edge of our new addition.
Okay, thank you.
Just to give you a sense of the scale.
Okay, Linda, please, and Holly, sorry.
Okay, so that is from the beach going north. The 2-story structure is, it is what it is. Here's our building on the right, and this is how close they are on the left. And they're up 18 inches to 2 feet above us, which I'll show you in another picture, which is why they're concerned about that and coming up the hill and the vertical wall without breaking that dormer and breaking that wall. I appreciate the clipped gable, so. Go one more. Oh, I forgot to send you the one side by side, but if you go look at them from side by side from the water side, it's a much easier picture to see. There's a good 2 feet, if not.
Yeah, I can attest to that. There is definitely 2 feet of grade change between those two, as there's probably 30 inches between us and 86.
Yeah, and that's why we're a little concerned about the vertical wall. But again, that all goes back to reduce the dormer, see if you can get it above, even 6 inches above the eave. And they don't need those windows for egress. They do need the one on the left for the bathroom, but they don't need the windows for egress because they have a porch, second floor porch coming out of the master on the east and an egress window on the west. So we were asking to reduce that dormer or break the dormer and shingle the walk down and shingle the second floor deck just on their side, not all the way around, just to give them some privacy.
Okay.
And have a viewing and put a pole at the very end at the 25-foot height.
Okay.
Well,
let's just hold on one sec, Lisa, please. Linda, is there any other comments at this time?
I think that's pretty much it. I think a viewing is going to make or break, the height and the verticality coming up the hill.
Okay, we appreciate the comments.
From the road, it looks great, but from the south, it's a different issue.
Okay, Lisa, I'm sorry, did you have something?
I was just going to say something. My client is on, Mr. Quinlisk, but I did want to say that, if we go to put up height poles, I'm not going to put a 25-foot height pole at the eave line. I'm going to put a 25-foot height pole where the 25 feet is going to be.
Sure, no, I understand that. We'll get into the discussion.
And just maybe a little stake with a little, a stake at the right edge. So we know exactly where that right edge, that south edge is.
Yeah.
So we can see where it is.
I can show you an overlay.
Guys, I want to cut the crosstalk. We're gonna, you're gonna have to trust the commissioners are going to be diligent and to both sides. So let's cut the crosstalk. I'm sorry, we'll circle back. Your client the applicant would like to speak. Okay, great. And I'm sorry, if you could just state his full name for Terry in the minutes, that would be wonderful.
Yes, hi, I'm the owner of 88 Quidnet, Timothy Quinlisk and my wife, Elizabeth.
Welcome.
I just wanted to speak and weigh in here. I've been in love with Quidnet for over 20 years, having vacationed here for years. I respect the quality of the architecture and fell in love with this property when I first started renting across the street about 15 years ago. Really chose Botticelli and Pohl to design this in the context of the environment of the village, and I love it. And it's something that my family wants to share as we go forward. I think we've done a very modest proposal to maintain the current architecture and also make it livable. I mean, this place is literally falling down from the north to the south. It needs to be completely repaired. I do not want to build a mega mansion. I want to build a house that's livable for myself and my 2 kids for a long period of time. I think that I would encourage you, if you're going to do a site visit, to really look at the privet set in place, the privacy, the context of how people live here, the neighbors to the south. This property does not reflect the sort of the current architecture of the Quidnet area. We're trying to do that. They live to the south. There's no visibility between the hedges here. In addition to that, this whole concept of this being the roof line that people see, even in the photo that was submitted here, that's about 1/8 of the way down the road. You cannot barely see a piece of this roof from the entry coming in. And we're trying to maintain that and actually improve it back to its original structure. So I appreciate your consideration on this.
Thank you. Okay, so Diane, Abby, and Jesse, we're gonna have our discussion at this point and try and make a determination of how we want to proceed. So obviously, if you have comments, we're directing them to the applicant's agent, and we'll go from there. Is there anyone who'd like to speak first? Or do I pick a?
I'll speak.
Go ahead, Jess.
I really appreciate the work that's been done here to keep the Quidnet charm on this architecture. You guys have done a great job. The south elevation, to me, is the largest concern. Really, other elevations, I think, have really represents well the Quidnet neighborhood. The south elevation, for me, not as much as the height, but it's more about the silhouette of the throwback of what it used to be. And it's done well. The clips on the clipping off the edge on the roof really gives a throwback, and it's done well. But the one thing, and it's not necessarily a deal breaker, because I know how hard it is to, or not, actually don't know how hard it is, but respect how hard it is to add something like this. But that cute gable dormer that's part of that silhouette that's being removed. If there's any way we could represent that in somewhat in the silhouette, that would go a long way with me making this south elevation closer to the original building. Again, it's a great design, but if that's the one thing that kind of sticks out to me that would make a big difference in representing the old building. Although I respect the fact that it could be hard to do and could make it look even more awkward by doing so. But if there's a way, Lisa, that would be great. Thank you.
Could I get a clarification on that, Steve?
Yeah, I was just going to ask for a clarification. Jesse, you were referring to the small gable dormer that faces the south. It's kind of like a shed building.
Yeah, it has the chimney on it.
It's not a dormer, it's a gable, it's a shed.
Gable, sorry.
Sorry, okay, that was my clarification.
Okay,
That was my
that works. Jess, anything else at this point? Jesse?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, great. So Abby or Diane, who would like to speak?
I'll go.
Okay, Diane, you're up.
I think they've done pretty well to match the old historic south elevation. I would like to see, however, because that little shed that they had on the old building gave you some one-story building, and I don't see any, at least on the different elevations that I have privy to. And I think it helps take away that solid two-story mass of the south elevation. I would like to see, I think, the chimney, which I thought we had a chimney on this.
You do.
somewhere.
Yeah, you do.
I'd like to see it brought down. I don't know. I know they don't want to break down the building itself or change too much, but I would like to see some one-story addition to it. I think it would make it fit in there. Some of those buildings in Quidnet, like Denby's and the rest of them, had the main building, and then they had these little buildings that added to the quaintness of the architecture out there, which I think is important. And I would hate to see just solid big ones going down to the beach, because if you look at the site plan, there doesn't seem to be very much land between the buildings. There's a lot of land going down the beach, but that's not buildable. So it's a fairly long eave. I was trying to see how long that eave was on the east elevation. And I just would like to see some added heights in it. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Abby, would you like to speak? Abby, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I understand how important this house is to Quidnet, and I think Lisa's done a very good job being sensitive to the Quidnet vernacular. I appreciate my colleagues' comments, Jesse and Diane. Jesse's on his concern about the south elevation. I agree about the flush dormers. I think they take away from the beautiful design that Lisa's accomplished here. And I do agree with Diane about the one-story element with the chimney. I'm sorry to see that go. That's such an old-fashioned additive massing that's very charming, especially in a place like Quidnet. And it was sort of on the original. So I gave my compliments. Now, does this house, my question is about the eaves. They seem very heavy eaves in the original drawing, and has that been applied to this new design?
Yeah, so in the original drawing, the one that we submitted originally, we did not have the historic eave lines on there, and we went back and added them.
Okay, it's hard to tell from the drawings because there is a shadow, so it it had that sort of, what's it called, chiaroscuro, when you have like a heavy eave like that. It really gives the house some dimension. I think that would be a nice thing to anyway. I appreciate the simpleness of this building as it exists now, and I'd like it to be less fenestrated, especially on the east elevation where you have a deck. I don't think that's appropriate, even if it's done on others. I think it takes away from the good job you've done in keeping it simple. I think it brings it back to it's like a cookie cutter thing. I think it would be better without just a gable with a simple window is just very part of this area. And I think that's about it, but I'd like to just quickly scroll through the elevations. If you could start with that's my favorite. The north elevation looks great. I think that the sun porch windows are great. And I think if you take out some of the other windows, it's going to give more importance to that sun porch and make it really read like an old fashioned, sun porch.
Yeah, Abby, can I just get a clarification on that? Holly, could you scrub just so we can see the north and the east? So Abby, when you say take out fenestration, you're referring to some on the east. It's more like.
Yes, well, especially the flush windows, the flush dormers. I don't think that's appropriate. I think, one simple window in a gable. These ganged windows here, I think it takes away from the sun porch.
Right.
It's like, okay, they decided to let's really have a sunroom, but but then when you have the 3 gang windows, it takes away from that.
So when you
yes.
just again for clarification, when you say the gable, when you say the dormer, you're actually referring to the gable that Holly, I think, is circling right now with the 3 windows.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then the gable behind, with the way there's a deck with French doors, I don't think that's appropriate. I think a simple window up there in that gable would be nice.
Okay, thank you.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think that's it.
Okay. So I appreciate all the comments. I think I would go from the west elevation and just go through each of the drawings, please, Holly. I'll be brief. First of all, I believe that the clipped gable or a half hip, which really it's more like a third, but the clipped hip is appropriate, certainly for Quidnet. And you see it everywhere out there. And I think that it does give a nod to that kind of atypical single hip that was on the original structure, which I appreciate. I appreciate the other changes on the west. And I think on the south, I think that the clipped gables help a lot here. I don't know to what extent I've looked at the site plan and I understand that there may be some issues with non-conforming status and so on and so forth. But I'm wondering if an element of that small gable that was originally on the south elevation might be able to be worked in somewhere addition or in place of the outdoor shower space, not to say to replace it, and not to suggest that it necessarily has to be a closed shingle wall. Maybe it's an open gable with the shower underneath it, but I think that that would help to mitigate some of the perception of the height in the area that's circled or balloon that says revised gable massing, revised fenestration, add outdoor shower on the south elevation. I think some comment was made about, I believe a comment was made about the railing on the second floor deck, which I think a closed railing there, shingle wall railing there is appropriate even if it's on the south elevation. I note that on the north elevation of that porch, I think you're going to run into a roof structure. So it would not mean that you have shingle on the south, gable, baluster on the east, and something different on the north. I think that the two of those, which would be shingle wall on the south and baluster on the east, could coexist. I think that might also help on your first floor on the east elevation with respect to the perception of the fenestration. If a portion of that were shingle wall, I'm not suggesting that it's do or die. I'm just suggesting that might be something you could play around with to change the perception of the fenestration there. I get Abby's comments with respect to the covered porch and the window the fenestration there. I take to heart, as I do the maybe lightening or spacing the fenestration on the gable that is to the left of the covered porch. I think that I agree. I think the north elevation, just from my experience of Quidnet and the architecture there that I appreciate, is really the most successful because it's so simple. But I also acknowledge and understand that life changes and over the eras, and window space and lighting are an important aspect of living in a home. So those are kind of the individual. I think the more global comment is that I guess, Holly, if you don't mind going back up to the west, I would like to ask that you consider perhaps doing a mud sill so there isn't a step up. There's one step up as opposed to two into the front door. And that might give you, 6 inches makes a lot of difference in perception on the south elevation. And if that were able to be accomplished without compromising the program, I think that could be beneficial. And other than that, I think what I'd like to do is ask before any type of motion is to just poll the sitting members. Is there anyone who, I think we all would like to get a view to refresh ourselves. It's been quite some time. So is that something, is anyone not interested in a view? Let me ask that way. Okay, so hearing no one, I do think it would be beneficial then to have a ridge post in the approximate area of where the ridge will be. And I don't think it would hurt to put a stake in the front corner of the structure.
Front corner, water side or street side?
On the south west frontmost corner. To me, it doesn't matter if it's at the porch or the step. I just want to know where it is relative to the ridge height when I go to do a view.
And so you just want to see
Steve,
that.
Steve, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
On the side, this is not the west. I guess it's the east. It's the one with the 3 windows together. I was trying to work around. I wasn't sure we could change windows. I thought we were probably working with what we had, but I agree with Abby absolutely that I believe that those windows should be separated or removed down to 2 rather than have 3 across there. All the 4 from the porch over there, and then all the ones on the west side. I think it would help to break it down. And I also think I just want to mention again the length of the eave on the whole thing, on that which you see on the east elevation.
You mean on the south, Diane?
What?
On the south?
Well, I've got the east up here. You can see it on the east. This is the north underneath it.
Diane, can I ask for a clarification? When you say the length of the eave, are you referring to the first floor eave that starts and then is on the left and then is broken by the gable and then extends the covered porch? Or are you referring
No, I'm talking about the top eave where you have the hip roof come in.
Okay.
And then the chimney at the end. I was trying to figure out how.
You're talking about the ridge?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's long, and I would like, as I said before, I'd like to see some breaking down, but I would have mentioned those windows also, because I think they're very heavy for that little shed gable.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments on that from commissioners now that Diane had mentioned the east elevation and the ridge? Okay, so I'll comment and then I'll go back to a potential motion. I frankly am not adverse to some type of a dormer there if it works in the program and it addresses concerns about, if others have concerns about the ridge. I think that from the east elevation, the ridge is going to be, the perception of the ridge is going to be, for some reason, it doesn't strike me on the west, and on the east, it's not going to be something we see from a public way. That's not to dismiss Diane's comments. I just want to be clear in my own. So is there a motion to hold for revisions a view and a ridge and a corner stake on the structure?
So move.
Okay. Abby, on the motion?
Aye.
Jesse, on the motion?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And the chair is in favor. Thank you, everyone.
Could I just clarify? It's one ridge pole, correct, at the center of the ridge. And then just a stake at the south west corner to show you where that wall is going to be. It's going to be, correct?
Yeah, and if you send in a view, you could maybe just send in a indication in a plan view, so we're clear when we go out there what we're looking at.
And then I wouldn't mind, I would ask the board to actually view it from the beach as well.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
I wouldn't mind, because I do think the visibility is pretty limited on the east.
All right, hey, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with that, it's back to you. You're muted.
He went away.
Here I am. Okay, I'm back. Thanks. All right. Next up is oh my gosh. We're on number 4.
Yeah.
Out of 27. Okay, so this is Val Olivers. The board is myself, Diane, Abby,
Oh,
Stephen, and Jesse. Was that you, Val?
yeah, I didn't realize this was next. Okay.
So this was a relatively easy thing, but what do you have to tell us?
Okay, so there was some concern with the appearance from the photo that I had used, I think was really the detriment, but of the overall design of this outdoor shower and railing system, which is, I was incorrect. It's not railing for a cellar. It's around AC units. And I did a little PowerPoint presentation and sent it to Holly to show you that the Arismans have done most of the work out here in Cisco over the years. And this is the same style they've used on several projects, more than several projects in the last few years. And we've taken some pictures of them to show how they look when they're weathered out, and they're completely the same, and no one has had an issue with it before. So it's in keeping with the area and its surrounding structures. And I was going to have Matt zoom in, but I don't. Oh, he is here. Yep.
He just arrived.
Yep. So these are pictures just to show you of the other structures they've worked on. And the shower design is the same. The railing system is the same around AC units and things like that. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Val.
Yeah.
All these photos that you took of Precedent, are they all visible from a public way?
Yeah, it's pretty open out there.
Okay, thanks. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, board, Diane, Abby, Stephen, and Jesse, and myself. Anybody want to jump in on this one?
I'll start.
Thank you, Diane.
I thought I had a problem with the shower, but we went out and looked at the shower, and I really don't. I just wondered from Val, is the upper foot and a half, is it going to go up and down or crisscross?
They are the lattice is up and it's horizontal and vertical. The picture on your left is the entry area that you go into the shower, which is why it is not there. I also failed to mention that there was some concern about the size of the posts, but on account of COVID, the only posts they were available to get at the time they were constructing this were the posts that you see there. So,
right. Well, I think by the time it gets aged and mellowed in, it's going to look the same. I do not think it's bad looking because of that trellis. I think actually it's very nice looking.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
I'm not sure I understand why this is before us. Is it because of the front of the house or
No. So, Abby, this was an as-built, I believe. And what you're looking at, the photographs that you're looking at vary from what was applied for. Did I say that properly, Val?
Well, the only thing that varies is that the lattice at the top. We had originally had it as just a solid board.
Okay, yeah, all right. So that's what this is that it was flagged as an as-built condition. They're looking to get it signed off, and that's why we're looking at it now.
And sorry, is it on the front of the house? Can you see it from the street?
You can, but it's typical of that area. If Holly could scroll through the pictures again, it's pretty wide open out there. As we know, this has been our area of no pools because of what it is. And these are structures that are across the street, in the immediate 2 streets over, all built by the same builder, with never a sign-off issue. So we just wanted to show that it's not an anomaly and they're not trying to recreate anything. It's just how they do it.
Okay.
Well, that's too bad that they're just putting them up with, sort of randomly, because Cisco is very exposed.
Wait, Abby.
Yes.
Let's make sure so they didn't just put the whole thing up without any approval. What we're talking about is the fact that what was applied for was a solid board shower, and what was built was one with lattice on top. That's the difference.
Right, and they don't want to change it back to just the board?
No, because it matches other things they've done in the area, and I don't believe it was done intentionally. They believed this was, the protocol.
Well, it's not my favorite thing I've seen. But let's hear from somebody else.
Okay, that's fine. Stephen?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So originally I spoke against this as primarily was with respect to, I was uncertain what I was looking at. The image was a little dark. Maybe it was me. I just couldn't see properly. But in any event, I was able to drive out, look around. Val, I do appreciate that presentation. I think it's helpful for us to see it. I do note that this is, although this is viewable from the front, it is set back on the right side, I believe, if I remember correctly. Okay, yeah, so we're seeing the right side facing as opposed to looking from the front. So I'm okay with it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it, and it's certainly not inappropriate. It's all over the area. So I don't want to be commenting personally on it being a subjective choice. I think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane? Diane, you there? How about you, Jesse? You
Thank you for the examples, Val. I'm okay with it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jesse. Do we have?
I am.
Oh, there you are.
Do you hear me?
I do now, yeah.
I am for it. I think it will look well, and I think when it ages over, it'll be just fine and join the rest of that side.
Okay.
I think it's nice.
I think we can have a motion then from someone.
I make motion to approve, as I believe, motion to approve.
Okay, sounds fine. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Abby?
Abstain.
Okay, chairs in favor. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. Now, next up, 10 Beach Street. The board on this, the first thing that's being heard, by the way, is the demo, which was not up on the last time we reviewed this. So the board on the demo is myself, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Alternates, none. Okay. I'm going to guess that we have Matt on board. Do we have Matt?
I just double check. Yes.
I thought I saw him.
Yes.
He's there, he's muted.
Chair.
There we go.
There he is.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay,
Trying to be
we
consistent.
have Matt. And then I'm going to guess that we also want to hear from Sconset Advisory via Holly.
I don't know if we met this week, but
Really? Okay.
they have commented on this prior, and you have read the comments. So I
Okay.
don't think there's anything new that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't expect, you don't really need to re-present this, right, Matt? It's a simple,
No.
like, either you get approval for demolition or no.
Right. Or a move or demo.
Correct.
We're still open to that. Just haven't found any takers.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, Holly, what do we have on this? Anything?
Mr. Chair, I will say that I did get some additional comments from Sconset Advisory. They, you know, again, we all know that this wasn't originally tracked the last time it was reviewed. A lot of that has to do with our format and COVID and all that fun stuff. So everybody was really focusing on just the proposed dwelling instead of the demo and proposed dwelling. So one of the biggest things is the fact that, you know, this has some type of charm to it that everybody appreciates. This is, you know, a part of Sconset that is important. I wanted to bring to attention to, I know you all can't review it right now, but this just came out from NPT just this week about Codfish Park and 10 Peach Street.
Can I
A
just
little bit of
interject?
history.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen this, so I feel like it's like new material that's being presented, and it's just I don't know. I feel like the last meeting there was some new material that was presented just before the meeting, and I appreciate it.
Want us to hold this?
I don't know. It's I feel like I've been checking in with Sconset Advisory Board. We were told there was no meeting today. And just before the two previous meetings, material was released either from the Preservation Trust or from somebody else in support of, you know, trying to retain the structure. And so I just feel like I'm kind of caught off guard by it. And it just seems like the timing just seems strange to me. So I appreciate it. You can feel free to continue to, I just think it's worth pointing out that I haven't seen this before. So thank you.
Okay, noted, Matt. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead,
to that comment, I do understand that, Matt. I'm just looking at it for the first time. It was emailed to me this afternoon before the meeting, so I'm just wanting to provide this as you know, information. There's history here about this area provided by MPT. They do a really good job. 10 Beach Street is indicated in here. I'm just going through here to show you.
Stop when oh, there it is.
Right here. Again, a lot of this is information that MPT did provide previously, even before COVID. But I wanted to provide this to you.
You mean with respect to this application?
Yes, sir. Yes. These images are all from NHA. Were already provided, I think,
They're
also
all
in the
familiar.
file previously. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that this is something that MPT just came out with
Right.
today. About this important aspect of Codfish Park.
Okay.
With that, yes, we did not have a meeting yesterday. I do have comments based on the revisions from advisory board members, and I can speak to them when the time permits on the other application.
Okay, so that's on the new application, right?
Yes, sir. And I do believe there are maybe public comment from somebody on the call today.
You mean on the demo?
Yes, sir.
Right, so I believe Linda, right?
Yes, sir.
I thought I saw Linda.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, so Linda, you wanted to speak on the demo?
Yeah, I do have a client that's about 100 feet away from this who has expressed some concern, and NPT talked to me because they know I can find just about anything So I put together a little presentation for you guys. It definitely needs a lot of help, this building. Holly, do you want to go to my stuff? Some of it's duplicated in the NPT stuff today because they weren't sure what was happening. You can see, back up a little bit. We'll start at the top. This structure is at least probably 100 years old. It does show up on some of these old pictures. So if you go down below, it's a very strange little structure. I would rather not be interrupted again like last week, Matt, please.
If I could, well, I'll let you continue. And if I could just ask that some of this material that's being presented at the meeting can't be verified. And so I just want to, I think I reserve the right.
Yes, it can.
And you know, I think that we have to be mindful that, you know, in the same way that the applicant should be notifying all the neighbors about what's happening in advance so they could be forewarned. The same thing applies in terms of like working against an applicant on an application, that they should be forewarned. So
Yes.
I'll let this move forward, but you know, I'm going to encourage the board members that this is new information and Matt should be able to, you know, take it home and digest it. But with that,
I don't think it'll be decided today anyway, so it's just for your edification in the future.
Yeah.
1920 10 beachfront, you can see the awning on the left and the building on the left, and that was 1920. If you go down,
okay, I'm looking at a thing.
Please not be interrupted by the applicant, just once.
Wait. That was me, Linda.
No, he started.
So, I'm looking at a picture right now that there is awning.
Say what? That's the building on the left with the awning.
Oh, that little sliver. Okay, yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Taken from the yard, but going up towards the hill. And you can always identify this structure because of that one that's up on the bluff, you know, on Front Street. It sort of tags that structure pretty easily.
Okay.
If you go down below, it's 1930. There it is in all its glory. Rather a unique structure. There it is on like a postcard on the left. Same era, 1930s, somewhere in there. Go down even further. 1930s, you can see it off in the distance. Go to the right there. Keep going. You got to really get a headache looking for these pictures. Go down to 1940.
We're looking at, well, oh,
That's
no, maybe.
1930. Here's 1940 with the owners standing in front. They had bought it, I believe, in early 40s. I think that's in the MPT stuff. But there it is on the left. Again, you can tag it off those structures that are up on Front Street. There's a new structure to the left of it. That's 1945. Kids are growing up. 1946, the owner. She was quite something out in Codfish, apparently. Keep going. Some of this is from their records. 1961, she's older. Constant Haroldson standing in front of the Codfish Park. It was called the Pomptonian because they're from Pompton Lakes, New Jersey. Go figure. Keep going. She had fixed it up, painted it, new stuff on it. This is 1961 from Front Street. Sort of going a little bit worse for wear at that point. This is the lady. She was the first surfboard. Thought I threw that in there for fun.
How do you know that?
Keep going. It came out of the NHA records, Matt. I'm not dreaming it up, so stop it. This is Constance's daughter. She's the one who was selling it, sold it. And this is their front yard. And this is a little write-up that was in literature. That's what I'm saying. You'll probably have to digest this stuff between now and the next meeting. But this is a whole write-up on how the family got there, what they were doing there, and where they got it. And then when you go down below that, this is from their records. I didn't make this up. You want to go down below that. There's the aerial, and you can see it. I don't have a pointer, but you can see the yeah, just right there. And that's a 1926 aerial. That's how come we know that it was at least from the 20s. So it's coming up on 100 years. Where the building came from, nobody knows, except that it was owned by Jurgensen, which is all elaborated in NPT stuff. 1940s, you can still see it up there. 1957, I believe, is the next one. It's still there, unchanged. I mean, how do you change it? You can't. You can paint it, put new awnings on it, but there's not much you can do to it. These are just some I threw in there. This is what Codfish Park looked like on the first picture taken of it, which was 1870. All a bunch of shacks, That's from Front Street. It's kind of interesting. So it didn't look anything like it does now, but that structure was there in the 1920s. So you get to 85. A lot of these little long shotgun buildings were down on that end of Codfish Park. That's looking south. And then I believe it goes into, this is all Mary Bergman from NPT. She sort of lays it all out with the Haroldsons and the Jernigans, where they all comment from the Haroldson family that they would hope that it wouldn't leave because it identified the working class that was in Codfish Park. Odd building, it only has one bedroom. I can understand why that's not working. But a lot of those little low cottages are gone or going in favor of what Matt has proposed, which is a perfectly great building. But what you're missing is losing another one of these small, odd little shacks. So if there's, I believe Steve Welch said something the last time about incorporating some of this at new design, like a lot of them have in Codfish, especially around this structure, where they have the original one-story cottage and a two-story sleeping loft, which is, you got to have it because you can't get any room anywhere else. It's to somehow incorporate a two-story element to this, but then maintain some of the, whether it's to the left, which they don't have a lot of room, or it's behind it, but maintain some of the historic structure that's there. I think that's where a lot of us are coming from.
Okay. Thanks,
But
Linda.
take it to before you do anything with the demo, you should think about it and read what NPT put in and read what's in my stuff. A lot of it's duplicated.
Well, and to my earlier point, I want to let Matt have an opportunity to look that information over and react to it.
Yeah, I sent him mine. I don't know if Matt doesn't have NPTs, but I sent him mine just now, so he has it.
Okay, very good. Well, listen, so again, the board on this, on the demo move off, is myself, Abby, Val, and Stephen. So would any of you care to now talk on this application?
Well, I feel like it's a lot of information that we probably should have an opportunity to take some time and digest ourselves.
Mhm.
So that would be something I would request
Okay.
before making any sort of a decision.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Val. Abby?
I'm sticking to my original thought that that I would hate to lose this structure. You know, it's got a lot of the history of Codfish Park, and we'd be losing it. So I don't even know how to incorporate it into a new building, but that's not my job. My job is to preserve a little building like this in Codfish Park. So I'm sticking with my original thought about a move or demo, which is a no-go.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Muted.
I think he's on mute.
Muted. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and primarily I would like to review the information. And if the applicant's agent has information they want to submit, I'd like to review that before the next hearing too. I mean, to be fair, all the way around. I think I've stated previously, and if I hadn't, I'll state it now, that I am concerned about the loss of the structure wholesale. And I do think that whatever happens, at very least, silhouettes need to be honored. And I think that's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. And I agree with basically everything that's been said. Matt, we'll give you an opportunity to digest the new information that's come in and weigh what your board on this particular application have just said.
If I could just respond, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Much appreciated. Is it okay to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just have to say that I'm kind of surprised of everybody's response to this structure, because if we go back to December, pre-COVID, we were reviewing the proposed structure and we were talking about detail changes. And I think since COVID, this project was held for a number of weeks, almost months, so that Sconset Advisory Board could look at it, even though they had reviewed it before. There was no request by the board to go back to Sconset Advisory Board. And I just feel like there's some, I don't know why there's been such a change in the tone about this, because we were, again, pre-COVID, we were talking about exterior detail changes. And now what I'm hearing from the board is that we are like, hanging our hat on protecting this structure, when two of the board members specifically said that they did not think that it was a contributing structure. Also, I would submit to you that this structure is not indicative of Codfish Park. I mean, Linda, if we could actually pull up her presentation and go back to 1880s photographs, that would be helpful, because to me, that is what Codfish Park is most representative of. Obviously, there's been a change, starting in the 30s and 40s, all the way up to 2010, and it's changed to what it is today. And I think that our proposal is exactly in keeping with that scale of Codfish Park. The structure that we're proposing is 24 feet tall. We did actually integrate a lot of exterior trim details from the original structure, but I just find it surprising that in the last two meetings, we've actually, there's been material that's been submitted just before the meeting. There's been indications that it was part of some train, the train station, which again, that wasn't part of today's presentation, but I don't want to get in a position where we're going back and forth about like reviewing this information. The building is from the 30s or the 40s. I don't know if it's from the 20s, but like suffice it to say, it's from that period. And I think that it is not indicative of any particular historic significant style, specifically of Codfish Park. 1880s, if you look at those photos, that is Codfish Park. You want to see what Codfish Park is today, look at the exterior architectural scale and size of those structures. So I'm just utterly surprised that the tone has changed so significantly. And I hope that when it comes to demolitions of all structures, that we take the same level of care, because it just seems that this structure, you have the neighborhood actually said they can't wait to see this thing leave. They're in favor of a new structure. Their only complaint or concern was they didn't want any summertime construction. So if all the neighbors are in favor of it, and they've actually determined that it's like not habitable, I just think that it's a tall ask. I could see if this was some historic original Codfish Park structure that was indicative of that original style. It is not. It's not indicative of any style. So that's
Okay.
all. Thank
Well,
you.
I'm just going to say two things, and then we can move off of this onto your new application if that's what you want to do, Matt. One, it is not indicative of those original buildings down there from the 1880s, insofar as it doesn't have a steep roof pitch like they all did, but the scale is the same, and I think that the issue here has been the scale of the buildings, which sort of are getting progressively larger and larger in Park, and we're using that very important aspect of Codfish Park. Then your point about the, moving into details and so forth. Well, you have two applications on the table. One is for a demolition of an old building, and the other one is for the new building that's going to replace it. And we are duty bound to review both of those. Like, we have had examples that I'm sure you've seen where we'll say, oh, we all approve of this old building moving on to this new site, but then we don't want to move off of the old site. So we have two applications that are sort of contradicting each other. So we were doing you the benefit of reviewing your new application with a mind to getting it to be more in scale and in keeping with the very, very variegated architectural style that's found in Codfish Park right now. So those are just my comments in response to what you said. Now, having said that, would you like us to now continue with the review, because we are up for review for your new dwelling?
I have a concern, and it's nothing to do with Matt's application specifically. It has to do with us as a board.
Right.
am really starting to struggle with this idea of approving new structures that are replacing old structures and going through the process and taking our time of reviewing them and still not having decided on a move of the original structure. So in my world, I would like to see us opine, to use, I love that word, Mr. Chair, on the demo / move off from here forward extensively before we look and spend our time on new replacement structures, because it gets very confusing. And I think it shades a lot of our decision making, and it should be pretty straightforward. Either this structure should stay and we should work with it, or it's fine to go, and then we review the new structure. This going around and around and around is getting really sort of.
Well, listen, what you're saying, Val, is, certainly logical, and it's the most time effective way of dealing with this issue. We don't have any, at the moment, we don't have a clear policy that sort of insists that a demo move off has to be reviewed before we can even see the new one. In fact, back in the old days, 10 years ago, we basically ransomed, we being the board, not me, because I was not on the board at the time, but the board would ransom the demolition for the approval on the new house. That wasn't really legally tenable. But so we would just have to, as a board, put down under other business to review and vote on the notion that if a new application is meant to be going on this particular lot that has an old historic house on it, we need to do the review of the move demo before we see the new application.
Yeah,
That
I'd
would
like
certainly
to.
save us a lot of time. It would save the applicants a lot of time. So I think it's a good idea. We just need to formalize it. That's all.
I'd like to make that motion
Oh, the motion to put it on as other business?
to put that topic on as other business.
Can we clear up something first, though, Stephen? I will do that motion, but the first motion I think we should do is to hold the open application that we're supposedly reviewing right now, which is the demo of the existing building. So
Yes,
okay.
I'll make the motion, and I'd like to just, I'm going to kind of slightly amend it. I'd like to hold this for a review of information submitted today. And if the applicant, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to make a motion in a minute. I just want to clarify what I'm saying. The motion is to hold for more information or to review the information. What I mean by that is what's been submitted today. And if the applicant submits anything prior to the next hearing. And I would like the next hearing to include the minutes to date because I think that that's relevant information. So my motion is to hold for review of information and inclusion of the minutes in the next packet.
Perfect. That's a good motion. Okay, here comes the board. Abby. Okay, Val.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Val?
Yes, I agree. Aye.
Was that Stephen?
That was Val. Aye.
Yep. Chair's in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so Stephen, did you want to make a motion or?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion for the commission to review its policy of move demo hearings in relation to new dwellings.
Actually, I don't think that needs to be a formal motion. We can just make that request. Kathy?
Yes.
You'll just put that on under other business?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, now, thanks. So moving along to the new dwelling application. We have the same board. Okay.
I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well, everything's up on the screen, Matt, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Bryce, starting on sheet A201, just to reiterate that we've dropped the height of the structure to 24 feet tall, which I think is in keeping with a lot of the structures in the area, if not shorter. Definitely in the structures on the.
Somebody needs to get- let's see. Are you
Not
doing
me.
dishes out there?
Yeah. We made a couple changes. We actually changed the rake detail, and this is based off of Wisconsin Advisory Board feedback, specifically to try to integrate details from the original structure into this. So specifically what we did was actually copy the same rake detail. It's a flying rake detail with a kind of a bed molding on the inside where the frieze meets the soffit. So this trim detail is literally the same exact trim detail that's on the existing structure. Now, again, I think it's a 1.5 pitch roof, which again, you don't see those very often. And, but anyways, we utilize that same trim detail. The original structure has 2/2s. We had 2/2s. We did propose to change to 6/6s. One of the reasons being was we did actually eliminate double French doors in the second floor, the east elevation, just minimize it to 2 French doors. The idea behind going to 6/6 is that the French door looks like a window. Same thing would apply for a 2/2, but we're open in terms of preference for 2/2 versus the 6 lights. We made a minor change to the post detail. Give it a little bit more width to it, put a cap detail and a base detail on the bottom of it. But again, I feel like this structure is definitely indicative of Codfish Park today. I think that the size, scale, there's a lot of, it's basically a story and a half. There's a continuous eave line, which is evident on the, Holly, is it possible to scroll down? Yeah, they're on the west elevation. So it's a continuous eave line. We eliminated any flush dormers with the exception of the French door that leads up to that second floor deck that's on the side of the building. But basically tried to keep it, fairly simple and drop the scale as much as possible. We're pretty limited on second floor ceiling height. We could potentially get the height down, maybe even lower if we try to go to like a mud sill or something like that. But I think, again, this was a reflection of comments we received from Wisconsin Advisory Board and the HTC as a whole. We did make some minor fenestration changes to the second floor windows, played around with the spacing a little bit, made them a slightly larger, specifically on the front elevation. One thing that we did consider in terms of like adding additional detail, we didn't really want to add detail for the sake of just adding detail. We wanted to be relevant to what the original structure was based on feedback we received from the board and Wisconsin Advisory, but not try to be overly ornate so that the structure, sticks out. We want it to be contextual. We want you to be able to walk by it and feel like it's been there for a long time and not draw too much attention to itself, which again, I don't think it will because of its size and scale in relationship to the buildings on either side of it. So that's my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm going to open it up to the board now. Anybody care to speak first?
Chair, if I may just.
Oh, I'm sorry, Holly.
That's okay.
Yes.
I just, in lieu of the fact that there was no advisory boards meeting yesterday, I did receive some comments from some of the board members, if I may read those into the record.
Please do. Received
one. The many revisions are noted and appreciated, but they remain superficial. The design is such a drastic departure from what exists that the historic structure is rendered unrecognizable. Please find elements of what is there to work with, even if it's just the front door with existing flanking window, just something. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the newest proposal for 10 Beach in Codfish Park. After reviewing the elevations and reading HTC board comments from the most recent meeting, I feel strongly that the current design reflects little of the existing structure and pays no respect to the history of Codfish Park. Thank you for your consideration. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't remember when the last meeting was, if you guys heard Wisconsin Advisory's comments from July 13th. But really, at the end of the day, they would like to see elements from the original, even though they don't really want to see the existing structure demolished. So, thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, Holly. All right, so now it's to the board members. Should I choose someone?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
So Matt, I think you know where I'm going to come from on this one. So I think it's, to reiterate prior comments, I think it's too large and overpowers the site. I think the 1 3/4 story structure is inappropriate. I think it needs simplification. It would be a wonderful home in almost anywhere on the island. But in this location, I think it's too homogeneous to the point it won't fit in. My understanding of Codfish Park was these were little buildings that were added onto over the years. And historically, not talking about the last 20 or 30 years where we've gotten away from that. And I would like to see that reflected. I'd also like to say that I am still uncomfortable talking about this structure and this design without having resolved the demolition. And those are my comments for now. Thank you.
I'm going to let Val follow you up because I can only imagine she shares that last comment. Val, I think you may be muted. Hold on. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I just point out that it's a move demo? It's not just a demo.
No,
Yeah.
no, I think everyone's aware of that. And, we're sort of hope springs eternal that you'll be able to find somebody that will take that in the locus of where it is now. Val.
Well, I am looking, on my computer because I can look at it closer. And if nothing else, I'm consistent in my comments because my comments were, I don't feel comfortable approving something without the demolition. I prefer to discuss the demolition before the structure. But I did say, I thought the changes were positive. I appreciate, Matt, the window change for sure. And that you eliminated some of the little things that were added that made it less simple. But to concur with my
Fellow board member?
yeah, I agree. I think it's a structure that is it's modern and it's maybe in scale in some ways in the overall height, but it lacks the I don't know, additive carbuncles that Codfish Park has.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Abby.
Yeah, I don't think I have to add anything. My colleagues have already said how I feel. So.
Okay. Yeah, I feel the same way, although I like that one sconset advisory comment about inheriting the doorway. I thought that was, there's not much that you can really salvage from that building. But the doorway is one thing that you actually could. And so I basically agree with most of what's been said. Okay, so can we have a motion? From somebody?
Motion to hold for.
How about the track, Val?
Sorry?
How about a motion to track the demo move off?
I think given what's been said on this application, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was just going to ask, just for point of clarifications on a couple of the comments, if I could, because it will help me move forward. The Stephen had mentioned that it's a 1 3/4 story. I don't know if I don't know the difference, the 1 3/4 versus a 1.5 stories, but we do have a very, very, very low second floor plate height. Second floor plate height is somewhere in the range, I think, of like a 3-foot plate height, which is lower than standard. So, we are trying to get a second floor usable area on the second floor, and that is not uncommon for Codfish Park. And I think it'd be helpful to maybe go through all of the recent Codfish Park approvals And just because I think in terms of scale, just when I hear the way the board talks about this structure, like it's this foreign modern entity, I know the history of Codfish Park, and there's some really beautiful, smaller scale structures that were indicated in Linda's presentation, but they're few and far between today. So I feel like this structure is being compared to that standard. So to that degree, one of the things I'm trying to find is like, I don't think I can go any lower in terms of the second floor ceiling height and the plate height. I guess my question is, is it worth pursuing the notion of like smaller scale, like smaller massing? We intentionally tried to go with a simpler form here so it wouldn't stick out. But if I was interpreting either Stephen and or Val's comments, is it about reducing the scale of the massing? I guess that would be a question.
Stephen's raising his hand, so he has a response for you.
Yeah, so Matt, just for clarification, in my research, 1 3/4 would basically refer, as opposed to 1.5 story, is that the top plate of the first floor wall, not maybe the top plate of the first floor wall from the interior, but as viewed from the exterior. So if you look at these elevations, the west elevation, what this appears is that you've got a tall wall that it does not sit on the top plate of the first floor wall or the top of the first floor, the second floor deck. So
Gotcha.
the wall extends up into the second floor area. So that's just to be clear on the 1 3/4 story. And then with respect to scale, yeah, that's what I'm speaking about, is the idea of a smaller scale. And you've nailed it on the head. My concern is that this is more indicative of what's been approved in the last 30 years. All I can say to that is I haven't been on the HCC for 30 years. So I'm looking at what the historical reference is for Codfish Park, given the fact and the history of this particular structure. If this were a structure that didn't have some of the information that we have available for it about the historic and the cultural significance, it would be a different story. But when you tie those two things together, for me, I'm having a very difficult time with it. I hope that helps to clarify.
That was very, very helpful, and I appreciate that. And if I could just add one more thing, and I'll shut up after this. The cultural references, I could take any house from like 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and I could tell you the history about who lived in it and show you photographs of those people out in front of it. I don't know if that necessarily indicates that it's more historically significant from an architectural perspective. But I understand this value.
Understand, thank you. Don't necessarily agree, but understand.
Now listen, there was about to be a motion, and I think that the motion was going to sort of go in the direction of tracking this with the move off demo that we have in front of it.
So moved.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm going to pull the board on that one. So,
I agree.
Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thanks, Matt.
Thank
you
you.
got anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We might get to it, probably not. Okay, next up we have 29 Broad Street with the railings. Board, Ray, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen.
Okay.
Linda's here, right?
That would be me again.
Okay. Okay.
That's a close-up. You asked us to paint one section gray and one section red, and go to the next one, the one on the next page. And for those who didn't get up there, it was suggested, once we saw how the red disappeared because of the brick, that whole section go red. And then the section on the right, which is up against a traditional shingled structure, go gray, because it would dovetail right into the stairs coming down from that level. And they're cedar natural to weather. And then that piece on the Center Street side is going to be that metal.
Hold on. Okay, so just the picture that we're looking at right now.
That's from Ash.
The suggestion that you have is that the portion of the railing that's sitting next to the brick portion of the building would go with the red, the terracotta red, and that piece off to the right-hand side, which is currently white, would go to gray.
Yeah, because it's up against a gray shingled structure and
No,
runs into a
no,
pair of gray
I get it
stairs.
now, so would that include that like horizontal skirt boarding that's underneath of the, like the whole bit? Is it all gonna go gray?
I would think so. The trim and on that existing piece below is obviously white. It always has been white.
Right, but you could sort of make like a cut,
Yeah,
right where your railing and everything associated with the railing is, so that it more blended in with the roof.
yeah, because if you look at the post extends below that board. So
Mhm.
that whole thing underneath the railing would go this, whatever color the upstairs would be.
Got it. Okay.
And then on the Center Street side, remember the Center Street side would go the same color as it would go metal and would go the same color as the fire escape, which is already on that side.
Right. Okay, thanks. Seems pretty straightforward. So who would like to speak on this? Anybody ready?
I will.
Okay, thanks, Val.
I really don't want to see it painted a million different colors. I think that's weird.
Well,
Okay.
it would be two colors.
Right.
They wouldn't be next to each other. Be
Well-
perpendicular.
Continue, Val.
It's white now. As much as we don't like it, it is what it is. I almost think just keep it simple.
Keep it white.
Yeah.
Okay, and would you say the same thing about the railing on the Center Street side?
On the what?
The Center Street side?
No,
'Cause
that's
that
stone
was-
and metal.
That one was the one that was supposed to blend in with the fire escape that's painted
Yeah.
red.
That'll be metal like it's supposed to be in red, same color.
Hang on, Linda. Do you know?
Red, I'm not sure. I'm looking at it on my computer, and are we talking about above the bay window?
Yeah.
Yes, on the Center Street side is about 12 feet long, I think.
Why is it going to be black to match the other fire escape?
The fire escape's not black, it's that
Red.
dark red.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Holly, maybe it would be beneficial if we could scroll down and look at the photograph of the Center Street elevator.
Yeah, the old pictures are the ones where you see it.
What are they going to do about the big condenser unit right on the street?
That is going to have to be dealt with. They understand that. And they also know that it replaced two condensers that were always there. But these are clearly not the same condensers,
Clearly.
clearly. So we're going to come up with a plan for those and come back for it.
Hey, Val, I'm going to come back to you because I want to just sort of try and move things along here.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Abby?
Yeah, hi. I kind of, so that is just kind of on my route. I do think the white sticks out, and I kind of like I think I like the plan where things sort of disappear into the old building. I think it will give the old building some, its due. So I'm okay with the proposed.
Okay.
The two colors? Is that the two
Yeah.
colors?
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a tough one. As an as-built, I'm a little torn with it. But I think at this point where we are with it is that the red I think it needs some cloaking. It needs some visual cloaking so that it's almost like it's not there. The problem for me is not necessarily that it is a man-made material versus wood. It's that it's so perfect. There's no occlusions, there's no dents in the materials. The fact that it is primarily perhaps sufficiently away from the street that you don't notice it as much helps. But if you are up close to this, it really does look like a vinyl metal railing. And that, for me, I just want to state for the record, not necessarily just this application, it's troubling for me in the old historic district. I think that given the distance that this is from the street, for me, the portion that's along the brick is really the most viewable because you see it parallel to ash.
Mhm.
And I do believe that the coloring that is going to make it blend. So you're never going to, it's going to be hard to even pick up the, I mean, you're going to be able to see the individual balusters, rails, and posts. But because it's cloaked by the coloring, it's going to be very difficult to ascertain any details of any of those individual elements. So I
You're
would,
talking about if it's painted a darker color, not white, right?
right, the red in particular to match the brick. And then I think that the gray on the other section, for the same reasons, helps to cloak the fact that there's no imperfections in the rail, because it lets the rail, the posts, the balusters blend into the background. It makes them more difficult to discern. And I agree with the chairman's comment that anything above the eave, or anything that's perceived to be above the eave, which would be the above the gutter in that far section,
Yep.
should be painted red. The transition space will be difficult for you. I think you're going to have to do gray, Linda, on the horizontal slats
Yes.
on the over the shed roof on the right side. I'm looking at the from Center Street. I think I said ash before, but I meant Center Street.
I'll do a gray on that board that's underneath them.
I meant ash. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane? We have Diane there?
She's here.
No,
She's muted.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I would like to see the one along the brick painted red. I would like to see the banister top painted the same color. Because, and you can do the gray on the other side that faces out to Broad Street. But that whole thing being white is just disastrous. It makes it, I don't know, it's not good. I don't think. I think it needs to be and meshed in with the wall so you don't get. I don't mind those old fire escapes coming down the front at the JC house. I think that those are good, but the ones on the back are, because the back is as viewed as the front, up and down Ash Street going into that parking space. It's all public land, and those white ones are a horror show.
Just a comment, guys. The previous railing that was up there was also white and pretty white.
I know. This is the opportunity to improve upon.
Fix it. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, thinking on that note, Mr. Chair, I think that what we'd all like to see the JC house is return to its 1880, whatever, 1850, I don't know what it is. It's, with the wrought iron like Main Street. I mean, it was equally as important as a brick on Main Street. So, but we can't do that because it sounds like, already it's an as-built. So it's like we could ask for some, Victorian wrought iron, but we're not going to get that. So I think the best thing to do is just let it fade away into the material that is behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I agree. And when I first heard two different colors, the hackle sort of went up because I thought the proposal was going to be red and white, which would look really nasty. But I think that the sort of deep Tuscan red and the gray, both will serve to like really downplay the railing, and the fact that they intersect and they're not quite the same, I don't think is going to be readily apparent. So I think we all agree that the portion of the railing that's facing Center Street will be red to match the fire escape.
And metal. It'd be metal.
Yeah, and then the backside, I think that the proposal to do the side that's backed by the brick portion red, and then the portion that's over the shed roof goes to gray, right down to where the eave of that is, and the eave, of course, would remain white so that it's distinct. That's my view.
Okay.
Do we have a motion on this of some kind? I know that there's a slight difference of opinion among board members, but
Are we getting a as-built fee for this?
that's a
If
good
you have to,
question.
that's fine. I don't know what it would be. I think it's been paid though, wasn't it, Kathy?
$50 times.
I would have to pull the file. I don't know. It's not in Energov, so I'd have to physically pull the file.
We'll make sure that it is.
Yeah, I think that's important.
That would be great. Okay. So somebody want to make a motion?
Well, do we want a motion that says the Center Street part of the fire escape will be painted a dark red,
And be metal.
and be metal, and the part that goes along what would be the Broad Street would be painted gray, going down to the roof of the shed and
Ash Street, Diane, not Broad Street.
Ash Street, sorry, and that they will not have white railings or anything else. They will be colored appropriately.
So gray and red.
Yes.
Which I think is what the proposal is for.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
So can we just say it was agreed to as proposed?
And the as-built fee paid.
Yeah.
And the as-built
Is
fee.
the motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay. So
Diane, Mr. Chairman, can that be done through staff and I'll go in and mark the drawings themselves?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm put through
I think
staff.
we're very clear on what we want here.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Stephen.
just very briefly, discussion on the motion.
Yeah.
I think, I believe the applicant's agent is pretty clear on this, so this isn't intended for Linda, but the applicant is clearly in need of some guidance with
Yes.
this rail. So what I'd like to just suggest, Diana, if you're amenable, is that the railing on Center Street will be largely similar to the existing metal rail, so that we don't get something that they decide is outside of Linda's hands and reflects poorly on everyone, including the applicant.
Yep. We know it's going to match the fire escape, Steve.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd like to include that in our motion.
Yeah.
It should match the fire escape that's up on the side of the JC house. That's been there. You hardly notice it. That's what you want. That's what we're trying to do.
Right. So Diane, all Stephen's point is basically let's memorialize that in the motion. So if
Okay.
your motion could just include that the railing on Center Street will match the details of the railing on the fire escape.
Yes.
And the color, and the color.
And the
And
color.
the color.
Yeah, right. Okay, so on that motion, Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Very good, and the chair is in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, next up, 10 Pollywog.
Hi, good evening.
Oh, yeah, hi, Isaiah, how you doing? Isaiah, Isaiah. Isaiah, you're bored on this. It's been a while since you've been in. But here's the board. Myself, Diane, John is not with us at the moment, so Abby and Val, and Stephen is actually an alternate, so he can sit. So you got 5 people on.
Well, thanks for hearing this, and I'm sorry. It looks like my camera's not working for some reason.
We saw you a minute ago.
You know, when I had it off, then you can see my mug.
There you go. Okay, so let's wait to get your drawings up.
I have a thought just while we're waiting.
Oh, I've got one too, Val, after you.
Wait, no, Val first.
All right, all right.
I think we should have our meetings at the drive-in movie theater and have everything on the big screen in our cars.
Yes.
And so
That's a much better idea.
our response to everything would be, it's too big.
Kathy, can you do me a favor and look in the shared file, because I don't see it and I apologize.
Who was that addressed to, Holly?
Kathy, if she can look for it, I don't see it.
I put it in there under old business.
For 7-8.
Yeah, do you want me to email it to you?
Fortunately, yes, I think that's what I need. I don't see it in the list.
Yeah.
My apologies, guys.
I have a question for the applicant.
Before that, I can pull it up if you guys want to just
No,
move.
I've got it here, Steve.
All right, I just want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't on.
Okay, question for the applicant.
It's a funny one. Is that your wedding picture?
It is.
Like starfish.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 10 years ago, so I'm kind of cheating.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, here it is.
All right. Why don't we roll down and see what Isaiah has done by way of revisions? Okay. Anything we should note on the site plan, Isaiah?
Well, yes, I think the main change here is that based on feedback from individuals on the board, I would like to propose that I bring the grade up, and especially in the front, but also on the side where it's a little lower, and that would eliminate most of the issues with the feedback from the last meeting.
It's been a while, so why don't we roll to the elevations? Because the issue here was that there was going to be a lot of exposed foundation, and I see there we are. Okay,
So what? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
What I propose as a solution to the excessive exposure of the foundation as
What
well.
is that noise?
Don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's nature, Val.
It sounds like if it sounds like birds, that's what it is.
Is that coming from you?
That's me. You want me to- here, let me see if I
Well,
can.
we can't mute you. All right.
So you know what? Hold on a second. I'll move. Should help. I think they know I'm in a meeting. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So in order to solve the problem of too much foundation and too many stairs, I proposed that I bring the grade up 1.5 feet and I bring the siding down 1.5 feet. And therefore we would have far fewer steps and a 2-foot foundation exposed with a half of the 2-foot windows. That would be, the other half would be, dug out and below grade.
Okay, so Isaiah, is that reflected in these elevations that we're looking at right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you pulled the shingle course down and you brought the grade up 1.5 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Can we see the other two elevations? And Isaiah, it's been a while, but with respect to the road, isn't the slope down to your house?
It is, and I did my best to take some photographs with a line to show from the road to my foundation how we're the only house in the neighborhood where the grade actually slopes towards the house. But I really couldn't get a photo where that was clear. But
Well,
essentially, I think it would make sense to bring the grade so it's coming, drawing water away from the house.
right. Oh, well, actually, you can tell from that photograph that it's sloping down to your house.
Yeah.
So you're lifting the house up. And so you're going to have this, would you say that the grade would essentially be flat or slightly inclined to the house once you lift the house?
It would be close to flat, maybe just slightly elevated, graded away.
All right. Okay. I got a picture of this. So what do you board members think about this?
I could comment.
Go.
Okay, so really quickly, this is actually an adaptation of the rose-covered cottage on Pulpus Road.
Yep.
And there is a home like this, which is an adaptation of that cottage, but slightly larger on 10 Luff Road, which is elevated in the same fashion. It's actually my first house. I built it in my early 20s. I'm fine with this. I think I would prefer if what we're looking at on the north and the west elevation is the grade, is if the grade came up one more step, I think what you're going to do is you're going to have window wells in any event. So
Right.
you're not having much more of a window well, but you're going to get positive pitch towards the street, which I can tell you from experience is a real benefit.
Yep.
Especially with those window wells. And it's going to make it just that much more balanced. And I think you'll benefit from that. The other thing I would say is on the south elevation, it just for the applicant's benefit, it appears that there will be a full foundation under the little shed bump out from the other drawings, but in this drawing, the lines are missing, so that just to add those, so if it gets picked up in an inspection, there's no problem.
That's
So
on the south elevation?
Yeah, on the south elevation, underneath what would otherwise be a overhang cantilever,
Yeah.
that little shed bump out. If you look in the drawing above it, the west elevation, you can see that.
Oh, that. Yeah, I got it. Right. Okay.
It's a super technical detail, but other than that, good to go.
Isaiah, so is the plan to have foundation under that little bump?
Yes, that was one of the requests from the last meeting, was not to have it hanging out there in the middle of space looking weird.
And
but
yeah, so do the foundation, but to Stephen's point, you just got to show the line coming down so that it hits the grade.
Will do.
Okay. Okay, so let's hear from some other members. Val, are you ready? That means no.
I'm ready.
I don't know what to say because I think it looks really weird being so high up like that. And it is sort of in a floodplain, like down where we're dealing with this now, but I don't know. To just have a stoop with a million steps coming down just seems a little strange to me. I can't explain it, but you guys seem to understand it, so go with it.
It would be 4 steps down, which is, well, I'm not going to try and convince you, Val, but this is not unlike a lot of houses in town, like houses right across the street from me on Pine Street will have these semi-exposed lower levels. But Diane, I know you want to speak, so go ahead.
Me, yes, all right. From his drawing there, it looks like he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down to the ground 5. I think it makes the house up there where there isn't. How much wetland do you have around there? How far down? How far?
This
Well,
is about wetland.
Yeah, technically there's no wetland, but truth be told, the water from this pond across the street pours into the yard and floods the backyard. And I have little kids, so bringing the grade up would be a major safety
I could see
concern.
bringing the grade up. I would just, if you were going to have the windows below in the basement, I would have only 1 6 window exposed and the rest down in the window well, with a window well that went around that was enough to keep the water out if you put a curbing around it. It just makes it look like the house is sort of supposed to be there a little bit more. then it's just the front door that's so high. And I understand your problem. I just would like to see some other answer for it.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Stephen said he had some sort of picture that reflected a similar scenario. Stephen, do you have that?
First house.
Yeah, Holly, if you'll release the share, I'll post it.
The other thing, Diane, by the way, is that Stephen suggested raising the grade more so that you only had 4 steps down, not 5.
Well, it's really 4. The 5th one is from the step down to the land, but
Yeah.
that when you're looking at it for the size of the house, which is a little cape sort of thing, to have it up that high.
Well,
It's
we're actually looking at it right now.
Yep.
So
But this is the way it is.
Go ahead, Diane, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. You got what we can look at?
Yeah, so this is an image of 10 Loft, which is, it's a different structure, but it's very similar in many regards. And this shows this is actually elevated to the degree that what is proposed, if the grade were raised 6 or 8 inches in the front.
Yeah.
This shows that pretty much. And most of it, I guess the other thing is that most of it is with privet in the front and foundation plantings, it just totally disappears.
Right. It's very good if this one has 4 steps up, that it works, and I would certainly approve that. It's just you want to make sure it does cover it, but I think that's a good answer right there.
Yeah, you can see you can just barely make out the basement sash through the privet in this thing. So it's
right.
out.
And the privet isn't even out yet. Those are daffies in the front yard, so it's early.
Exactly right. Yeah. So the stripped privet is concealing most of that lower level.
So thank you for that, Stephen. That really helps me visually. Yeah. So I'm okay with this.
Oh, good to hear. All right. So Abby, we haven't heard from you yet.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Wow. So Ray's fine with it. So I think maybe we could go for a motion here. Keeping in mind that I think Stephen was looking to raise the grade up so that one less step, like, another 8 inches. And by the way, Isaiah, are you okay with that? I'm not sure we asked.
That sounds actually perfectly fine. And
okay,
makes a lot of
I
sense
think
to
it would be
me.
better off having a little bit of positive pitch away from the house.
I agree.
So I make the motion to approve raising the addition of earth 8 inches to reduce 1 step.
Yep, that sounds perfect. Okay, that's the motion on the table, kids. So, Stephen?
Aye.
What?
Is he also bringing down the shingle course? I can't remember.
Well, they did that already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's done. Okay, so Stephen was an aye. Val?
Aye.
Okay, good. Abby?
Aye.
Well, I did that wrong. So Diane?
Aye.
Oh, Diane, that was your motion, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Abby, you said yes. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Done. You're free to go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, next up, 17 Meadow Lane. Board on this one, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen. 5 members. Okay.
Thought we'd done this one.
I honestly can't remember what this one was.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Tim Carruthers with ActSmart.
Hey there.
You hear me clearly?
Yep.
Yep. So this is our 3rd time in front of the board with this particular project. At the last meeting, we were asked to add additional panels to the elevation to fill the roof. And we were also asked to show some renderings with the trees that we've been asked to put in after the first meeting. So that's what we've done. You can see here in the plan view, there's 3 additional panels to the west side. So we moved the array to the right, and then we added sort of those 3 panels to fill that elevation.
Okay. Thanks.
And then if we could scroll down, you'll see that also on that southeast elevation there, you can see those 3 additional panels that now fills that elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And if we scroll down again, you can see where we've inserted a rendering of the evergreens to be added to the east of the driveway. So this would be the view that you would be presented with as you came towards the end of Meadow Lane, noting that the property itself is the last property on Meadow Lane.
Mm.
So you can see here with these evergreens that because it's only a single story, we can comfortably block the view.
So it appears, yes. Okay. Is that it, Tim?
That's it, yep.
All right. Comments from the board?
I can't see it very well. Is there any way to make those a little bit bigger, Holly? Sorry.
The images?
Yeah, I'm just on this tiny phone and I'm.
Yeah, how's that?
That's better. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is that too big for everybody else? Probably.
It doesn't, we get the point.
No, it's good. It's good.
Thank you.
Was that it?
Yeah, no, I'm ready to look at the proposed. If
You mean that?
yeah,
Okay.
I couldn't see it before.
Hmm. So do you need to see anything else, Abby?
No, I got it now. Thank you.
Okay. Now would somebody else, oh, go ahead,
Well,
Diane.
I'll go next.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
I think he has answered my question from last time to put in those extra 3 panels. It's
Right.
only a 1-story building. I think, given the fact that I believe what he says, that the protection he has for those trees, or the trees for the roof, is good. And as you come down that street, you don't have a lot of way to go back and forth. It will protect that part. So I would say, from a lack of visibility in perpetuity, that I would approve it.
Okay, we'd probably want to modify that because lack of visibility, complete lack of visibility in perpetuity is going to be a tough one. We'd probably want to say limited visibility.
Okay.
So thank you for that, Diane. Let's see who else here. Val? Val might be muted.
Ray,
yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes.
I didn't hear what he said that those 3 proposed trees were. Were they evergreens or what were they?
He was not specific. I think he's drawn them. He's rendered them kind of like
Triangles.
Well, those scrub cedars that are really effective screening. Kind of like
we talked.
Tree that's already there is actually a cedar. That big old, well, no, sorry. Some of them are pines. The one in the very foreground is a cedar.
And look at how bald it is to the ground.
Hang on. Abby, is that a sufficient response?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Val?
I guess if it's screened, I probably just want to know what the screening was, because that is not a good example if that's what it's going to be.
For what reason is it not a good example?
The tree that's there,
Oh,
all the bushes are up at high and it has,
Oh, you mean that limbed up cedar that's in the very
Yeah.
foreground?
yeah.
No, I think Tim realizes that the whole point of planting the trees is to screen. So yeah, they'd want to be lower. I have these same trees in my yard at the office, and the canopy starts like 4 feet off the ground. And it's completely solid from there up. So I think that cedar tree that you're looking at in the foreground, they probably limbed up.
Or I believe that's the case as also, yeah.
Yeah. Are you okay with that, Val?
Yeah, I guess so. He's doing a lot of positive things. He's changing the roof to black, or it's already black.
No, we're actually putting a new roof to
Yeah,
that.
so I am willing to do this because of its location and lack of visibility.
Again, I don't mind applying the lack of visibility to a pool, because that's something you could pull off. Would limited visibility be okay?
Yes, limited.
Yeah,
I said the wrong word.
Wow. So I think that we have liftoff here. Has everyone said their piece on this one?
I'd like to add one more thing because I actually haven't said my piece on this. I've asked 2 questions.
Yeah, so go.
Now, okay, so sort of a prid pro quo.
Yes.
If we're saying that he's going to put in these 3 evergreens,
Yes.
why can't they put in the 3 evergreens and then we see if you can't see it? Like, I just would feel more comfortable about it, but I just,
You know, there's not an inconsiderable expense in planting the trees, and then if you plant the trees and say, oh well, that's not enough.
but if it's part of our passing this,
Hey,
he has to do it anyway.
you raise a good point.
Well, no, but my point is, what if he goes out and spends $1,500 to plant the 3 trees, and you say, well, actually, we need more or something like that.
Okay,
We do.
we're doing the same thing though. He's holding us hostage. He's saying we're not going to see it.
Well, that's for us to determine. Okay, but so I get you.
Well, obviously, I mean, we're all worried about it being on the front of the house. We haven't done, I don't think we've done a front of the house. So we're all nervous about it. Have we?
Yes,
We've
there
done
are
front of the house.
There are several front of houses, and we've actually shared those with the board as examples.
Yeah.
So I know how the board feels about that, and I think we've answered every question the board had on this in terms of the black roof, redoing the black roof, adding additional panels to fill the roof, provide the screening, demonstrate the screening as we were requested, and also note this is a single-story structure. And it is at a dead end, and they are the last house on this. So I think we've done, we've gone back to the client, and they've agreed to the additional cost of the screening, the additional cost of the panels in order to meet the board's request.
Right.
All right, but if I say yes to this,
Abby, hang on. I don't think we've heard from Stephen yet.
Okay.
I don't want to throw fuel on the fire here, but I was just going to vote no. Look, for me, it's Tim. I appreciate the changes. I appreciate the steps that you've proposed with the roof, and I mean this sincerely. I appreciate the screening. For me, it's just a matter of consistency with the guidelines. It's on a primary facade, on the primary structure. If this were on a set of dormers on the front of the house, I think that we're high enough that it would be a mitigating in terms of the view angle. I would be less concerned. So, again, sorry, but those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Yeah, so, and my comments are, I think that as long as we put in a stipulation that the panels would have limited, not no visibility, limited visibility with these year-round screening at the time of inspection, et cetera, that would be enough for me. But we have some varying viewpoints on this, Tim, as you can
Well,
see.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I think I'm going to vote no on this, but if you guys vote yes,
Yeah.
the people in favor, I think you have to be serious about this, the size of the tree, that you would want mature trees at the time that this is done. No dinky little trees that go up to the front door. It's really going to be part of the
Well, I don't quite know how to deal with that. Like, what level of specificity do we have in terms of the type of tree, the size, the caliper of it, blah, blah, blah?
Well, and that all of that depends on the tree. We're depending on a tree to disguise this.
Okay.
Our client is committed to meeting the requests of the board. We went back to them and were clear that we needed to provide the trees. They said they would do that. And I think it's reasonable if the board says limited visibility at time of viewing, that we meet that requirement. And we're up to meeting that requirement. And so if at the time of the inspection, the visibility is deemed insufficient, then we will put additional screening in.
Okay. Well, so I'm going to need a motion of some kind from one of you folks.
Well, who's on it?
Mr. Chair,
Who said that?
that's Jesse.
Oh, Jesse. Hey, how you doing?
Good, I'm
yeah,
listening in here.
Wait, what do you have to say, Jesse? You're not on.
Well,
go.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm probably slow in the process here. I was just going to say that you could, to help with Abby's concern, mention the size of the tree from, height, and also the amount of branches from the bottom of the tree to the ground.
Wow. Yeah. The difficulty is in finding the right language for that.
Is that like a 3-inch caliper?
No, it would be size of tree.
That is the size of tree.
Well, no, I'm talking about height, if the height is concerned. And then I'm talking about the base of the tree and how much it screens from the ground elevation to the first branch of the tree.
Mr. Chair.
What?
So it may be something along the lines of screened by trees as shown in the application, a minimum of 8 feet tall, kept in their natural state.
I like that. You're not going to make the motion, though.
I'm not going to vote yes, but look, I'm not here to be an obstacle. I just,
All right, let me see. So we have Stephen is definitely going against, and Abby, you're going against, right? So that means that the motion would be either Diane or Val. And are either of those two people comfortable with making that motion? Yeah. Somebody make a motion. I'm getting sick here.
I'll make a motion and then we can see. I'll make a motion to approve with the screening trees in situ, 8 feet tall, and with leaves, not deciduous trees, evergreen trees.
Right. And Stephen did make a reference to the diagram that Tim submitted showing the screening schematically. We could reference that as well and say basically that it has to look like that.
Yeah, that
Right.
I'm more comfortable with than a height because we have no idea what height that is.
If we get that, the one that's labeled view towards end of Meadow Lane with the schematic trees drawn in, they're clearly doing exactly what we want them to do. So that's what we want them to look like.
And we should say that they are in, that they are there at the time of inspection, not they're going to be there in 3 years from now. That they are there at the time of inspection.
I think Tim understands that when we go out there, it's going to have to be screened. We're not going to wait 5 years for it to become screened. Okay, so
right, yeah,
yeah. So Diane, maybe your motion could say that the trees at the time of inspection need to be screening in the way as shown diagrammatically in the view towards the end of Meadow Lane.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so that is Diane's motion. Well, let's get it over with. So Stephen?
No, thank you.
Okay, Val? Val?
I will use this as my test case to see if,
Okay,
in fact, screening as agreed upon works.
okay, and so that's a yes. I
Yeah.
think. Okay, Diane?
I'll say yes.
Oh, right,
Follow
that was your motion,
mine,
right?
yeah.
And then I got to get Abby in there.
Yeah, I'm a no.
Okay, so that's, and then chairs in favor. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay?
Thank you
All
very
right.
much, everyone. Very much
Let's
appreciated.
get on to item number 10, and then we only have 17 more to do after that before we break.
And it's 8:11.
I'm gonna take a small break. Is there somebody who can step in?
Well, let's see. Actually, no, because these are existing boards. But so
Yeah, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
yeah, so hang on, because the next 2 have to do with aluminum handrails. You're on, we don't have John. If you came off, we'd still have a quorum, but we'd only have 3 people. Oh, actually, alternates Welch. Stephen, would you be able to sit on that next one?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, you're good for the next 2, Abby.
Thank you.
And I'm here. I just have to turn my camera off for a moment, but I'm still participating and I'm still listening.
Okay, fine, thanks. Okay, 4 Iris Place, aluminum handrails. I don't even remember what this is all about, honestly.
I think that's part of Gawaki land.
Do we have somebody who's
I saw Dinah.
Yes, Dinah is on the phone.
okay?
She called in.
All right.
I saw her name there a minute ago. Oh, there she is. Dinah? I'm assuming she's Dinah?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
anyone?
We can
Is
hear
it
you.
Dinah?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commission. How is everyone?
Tired.
Tired.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Hot.
to sticky and tired. Basically, just to acquaint you with what we're doing here is at the last meeting this presentation was presented by Nicole Fazio from the Richmond Company.
Yeah.
And we had presented a more decorative handrail with verticals and 2 horizontals and all aluminum. And we have, you had asked as the board to simplify it and delete everything that we could. And basically we've simplified it and redesigned the rails leading from the G building, which is 4 Iris Place.
Yep. And we see the little locust plan, so we know where this railing is going.
Okay, right. So basically, we have now just 4 posts, 4 wood posts with a we would like to do a small detail reveal, maybe 3 inches from the top with a camper top. If you look in the lower left, exterior railing post for Iris Place. And then just simply do one handrail bracket on each post and one handrail versus the two and the verticals, and delete all that. And I think you have the old submission, the previous submission in the scroll. I'm not sure.
Do
But
we
the
have
previous
anything,
submission,
Holly? Because I'd also be
There.
looking for some details.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, wow, that was way over the top. I can see, yes.
yeah, it was more like a interior stair handrail for guardrail, handrail, falling through, the 4-inch sphere. And none of that's really applicable to an exterior handrail to accommodate the pedestrians walking up to the up the exterior steps.
Okay. Hey, Dinah, thanks for that. Now, do we have any sections through the handrail itself or through the post to know what they look like?
Yes, can you look at number 4 on the bottom left and zoom in on that, please?
4 on the, oh, yeah. You got a
left.
Okay, so it's a round profile.
It's a round profile
rail.
with a square 4x4 post.
And that's the little reveal 3 inches down from the top.
Yeah, it just looked nice. It's simple and it's kind of understated, but
Okay, so what color is this, Dinah?
we were proposing to paint. However, we're open to keeping it natural wood.
Natural
Oh,
wood?
it was metal.
No, the posts are wood, the handrail and brackets are metal, painted metal.
Oh, okay. All right, fine, great. Didn't know that.
So the painted metal handrail on the application, we listed black simply because it seemed to be the color to fade most into the landscape and disappear. If we go to white or a lighter color, you're going to see it more.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and you were also concerned about the distance from the main roads. It's approximately 135 feet from the main Ironwood Road and more than 1,000 feet from Old South Road. So it's I would say what we were talking about earlier, limited visibility on the handrail.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you, Dinah, for that. Let's see. So Val, are you ready?
Yeah, I think black is appropriate since this building has black windows. I guess it would kind of tie in with the black post that you see there. The only thing I'm not really sure about is the wood natural to weather posts with the black handrail, but because everything else is painted gray,
Well, I don't think Dinah would object to painting it gray either.
Yeah.
We could paint it to match the trim on the building, which is the medium gray color. I don't have the spec right in front of me, but
okay.
We could paint it
Just
to
for
match the building.
consistency, it seems like natural to weather wood would be inconsistent with what you have there.
Okay.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank
Well,
you for that
hang
comment.
on, Dinah. I want to make sure that everybody is sort of on the same page. So, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, I'm looking for your comments.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I felt okay.
Do you care whether it's natural or painted?
It's wait. My understanding was that it's metal.
No.
That's what I thought too.
Wait. The posts are just red cedar 4x4s. And so Dinah is giving us the option of leaving them natural or painting them. And Val said she would prefer to have it painted the gray that's on the trim of the building that it's leading up to.
Oh, okay. I got you. I misunderstood. I thought she said if it's cedar posts, we'll do it natural or we can paint it. I think it should just be painted the same. If it's metal, I have no concerns with the metal. It's going to last longer. The railing is metal.
The railing is metal.
Yeah, we just approved this downtown in vinyl, so.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
not, yeah, no slight, I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I get it. Okay, thanks. Diane?
Yeah, if it's painted out, we have the wood and the wood is left natural, it's okay.
All right, but you're okay with the proposal?
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like I actually like Val's idea. The railing itself would be black, and the post would be painted gray to the same gray as the trim on the building. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, noted. That's perfect.
All right, so let's.
My motion.
That's your motion, Val?
Yep.
Okay. The motion, as you all know, is black handrail, gray posts, gray painted posts. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
And chairs in favor, motion carries. So we have the same deal at 2 Orchard Place. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 Orchid Place. Same board, right? Yeah.
Yes, the only thing is the building is a different color.
What
It has
color
white
is-
trim.
Ooh,
White
we
windows
don't
and
want-
white
I
trim.
don't think we necessarily want to have white posts, but let's see how it goes.
They really stand out.
I would think so. What do you think, guys?
What color are the window sash?
White.
They're white as well. Then
Yeah.
That's the old submission. That's the old submission. This is the new submission.
Oh, it's really tiny. It's half the size of the other one.
Right, it's just 4 posts.
Yep.
I think just keep it simple and go with black.
Black posts. Is that what you meant?
No.
Oh,
Well, maybe. Are they metal?
no, the
Well,
posts.
the metal, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Are the posts metal or wood?
On both, all the submittals, the posts will be 4x4 wood posts,
Right.
Okay.
painted. We would like to paint them, if possible. I mean, and the trim is white, we could paint them, black.
No, I think then
I'm
maybe
not
make everything white and it will look like railing.
So you want to go white on this one,
White on white.
including the railing?
White.
Yep.
Okay.
That's just me.
Stephen?
Yeah, I guess I just have one question more globally. Dinah, hey, it's good to hear you. I hope everything's going well with COVID and whatnot. It's been a long time.
Thank you. Here.
Totally. This railing is one color. Are there other railings adjacent at, a directly neighboring building, or is there just a couple of these within the community?
There's a couple of these within the community. There will be one more on the other side of the site that I thought it was going to be on the agenda today, but I don't see it there. It's going to be the same design. We just have to get it in front of you.
Okay, who knows? Maybe it'll end up on consent. As long as you're not going to have one of these at every building next to each other. Right. My concern was just the colors all changing, and it would be unnecessarily, I think, confusing. So I'm fine with what Val proposed.
To your point, I don't recall us approving grade changes on these buildings either.
I was just speaking to the railing colors.
No, I'm just saying it's.
Yeah, I got you.
I can't speak to that. I don't know. So Diane, where are you on the railing color?
I don't know if it's such an interest of having all the railings different. I was wondering whether they would be less conspicuous if they were all a subdued color that we pick out and railings were made that color. I'm not sure it's necessary to have each railing match a building. I don't know what people.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You know, we just established black rail with gray posts, which is pretty neutral. I'd be fine with just approving that same palette, even though it's leading up to a white trim building, because there's going to be a lot of different trim types in here, as we all know.
Yeah, and now we do, I have to drive through there, but we don't know now how many buildings are going to be elevated like this.
True. And how many cases?
This way, they're always the
I
same,
definitely think
and
they
you're
should
not.
be the same. You're right.
I'm sorry, Diane, what were you saying here? Diane?
I was saying that in this way, we have a color that is done on each building, and I don't think there's any necessity when you drive up and down Beacon Street in Boston, there may be a brick building or maybe some other building. The wrought iron is always the same, and it looks good and it's acceptable. Why can't we do the same?
I agree. Yes. So I think that Val thinks that that's fine too. So can we make a motion?
May I just ask one question very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is everybody comfortable with that combination, or do you want to do natural to weather posts in like a gray?
I'd actually prefer to see the post painted.
Okay.
You know, it's just a little bit more refined. The natural starts looking a little seedy after a while. You know, and this is, it's not going to be very rural feeling out there.
No, it's not
just
anyway. But okay, so you think gray and black?
I am.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So is that a motion?
And it's
Which one?
right.
Gray post, black rail.
The motion would right on all buildings that we see at this time.
Well, we're only motioning for, this is only a motion on this one application, so we'll keep this in mind when
Okay.
the comes up. So Diane, that's your motion, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you. Dinah?
Thank you very much, and best wishes to everyone.
Thanks. Same to you.
You be safe.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, Mark Catone, 50 Wee Weeder, and it's actually Welch, Oliver, Coombs, Poll. It's the same board we just had, so.
So I'm not on this one.
No, you're not on the next.
You were.
What?
I said, I wish you were, so I could scoot out of here for a minute.
Yeah, no,
She's on 19, 20, and 21, and 22.
when are those?
24,
All right.
25.
Got
All right.
it. Thanks, Diane.
Yeah, okay, so Mark.
Good evening.
Hi.
All right, back at 50 Wee Weeder, this was, we received comments on this, but it was also held for viewing with ridgepoles. And you have the main house before you. I don't know if we want to toggle through to maybe the elevations and starting in 821.
Be good.
I didn't see the polls up.
They've been up for 2 weeks at least. And the last page shows all the polls up.
Okay.
Yeah, on this package.
Did we get a note? I'm sorry to interrupt, but did we get a note that the polls were up?
I don't know if we shot an email in or not. Doug,
Kathy can.
I didn't see one.
maybe that's why I didn't see them. All right.
Because I really wanted to view it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sorry, they've been up for over 2 weeks. He got them up immediately, and then we continued with the revisions.
So usually you're supposed to notify the office.
Yeah, I thought the call had been put in. Sorry. I apologize.
I mean, it might have, it's just, it's not usual times right now, so I
I
apologize
just
if
didn't
that
remember
happened.
seeing it, so I was asking.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have forgotten. Hard to juggle sometimes.
Okay.
You think?
Yeah.
You want to walk us through your revisions, which I can see here? Mark?
Yeah, a lot of it was, so in the main mass, northwest elevation, I should say. So there are some rendered images off to the side to assist with viewing this. But we focused on really reducing height. So we took 23 inches, not quite 2 feet, out of the main mass by going with a mud block here and also reducing the pitch from a 10 down to a 9. And we did that with all the masses. So everything's come down as noted on here. So the wing to the left dropped over a foot. The main mass dropped 23 inches. And as we cycle around the building, moving to the west elevation, same thing. We're now down to 22 feet there. And we made some fenestration changes as well as some massing changes. And you can see that in the previous submissions to the current submission before you on this page. And again, if you scroll down, you can see some of the rendered images which help with this building because it's on an angle. So it's hard to see all the elevations in one shot.
Mark, how tall did you say the main mass is now?
We're now at 27 feet 6 inches.
Okay. And the height poles that we're about to see, were they to that height or the higher height?
They were actually, because you installed them so quickly, they went to the higher height, and then we continue to revise this. So they sit slightly higher, well, 23 inches higher than what we had submitted to you. Yeah, they'll be less than that.
All right. Okay.
All right. And so as we move through to the next page, A22, the biggest change here is we took that porch element and kind of wrapped it around to the east elevation. And that was just to break up that mass, as well as that whole mass dropped as well, now down to 22 feet as annotated here.
Okay.
Moving around to the southeast elevation, which would be the rear. We introduced a mass off the back to kind of break up that wall plane. We made an effort to reduce the mold windows. We did that on the small mass on the right. We broke all the windows on the second floor and broke them on the first floor to the far left of the southeast elevation. As well as obviously this is reflecting a reduction in height as well. And all those changes have been noted on this drawing. The last image being the northeast really reflects just the ridge height changes being reduced with the reduction in roof pitch. And the sections just sort of speak to that. The remaining pages in the package, we did provide some context material of homes in the immediate area that are of this height or greater in some cases, which would be the next page. If we were able to toggle, yeah, there we go. You know, the 13 Irving is actually viewed from 50 Weeweeder. And so these are just buildings that are in context varying from 1.5 story massing to full 2-story to some a little smaller. So there is a variety. The last couple pages were just a diagram, maybe be of use to the commissioners when they view. They speak to what ridge poles are looking at and from where. There you go. We took shots to kind of outline what those ridge poles are referencing, excuse me. That's shot from Nobodere Beach as well on the property as well. And those are referenced in the locust plan to the left. So you can see where all those vantage points were taken from. So we took them from on property as well from the beach. I think that summarizes the revisions proposed in the main structure. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
I can't really manipulate this, but what the picture that you're showing us, thank you for the pictures with the ridge poles, that is clearly taken from a beach. is showing which
Yeah.
uh,
What are you looking at?
and is it the one? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to blow it up on my computer. Hold on. Is it the one where it's the interior of the courtyard where you see the pool?
That's correct. Yeah, it'd be the south, I believe that we call it the southeast elevation, the rear of the building.
Can we go back to that?
Yep.
That is the most concerning for me because it looks like a hotel.
What, Val, when you
yeah.
say that is the most concerning, what's
No, it's not the one from the rear. Keep going. Keep going. It's this northwest and west elevation. And thank you for the pictures of the neighbors. I do agree there are houses that are high out there, but they're just not as much all stuck together.
Yeah.
you mean as long?
Sorry?
As long?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not just long like across, it's long like on an angle. So when you look at that, it just, I don't know, that rendering kind of gives me an idea that it's
quite large. Yeah.
And
yeah.
I have a little bit of reservation about that, given it's that close to the beach.
Well, if I may just comment on that, of course, that's the interior elevation facing away from the beach. That's the front door, which is internal on the property. You kind of turn, if you look at the site plan, you arrive at that front door at the interior of the lot. They, of course, want the backyard to open up to the water view. And so the views, the photos taken from the beach, and you see the ridgepoles are really indicating, yeah. See the circular drive? So that elevation you just referenced, Val, is the one that looks inside, into the interior of the lot itself. It's the least visible. Well, I think my point being is the least visible elevation, if visible at all, because it's surrounded by other properties and vegetation.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah.
I think what Val is saying, regardless of whether you're looking at it from the northwest or the southeast, which is the flip side of it,
yeah,
it's still going to be the same mass, just seeing it from a different place.
Right.
Right.
And that might,
massing isn't changing.
Yeah, it may be helpful when you see the ridge poles, because you'll realize you can only see the upper sections of the ridge pole. That I'm not sure that right kitchen wing mass is going to be very visible through from nobody, or certainly that's the only place we could find that you could maybe see that mass. And your own viewing will speak to that.
Okay.
I don't want to make that call for you.
All right. So Val, any other concerns?
That's my global concern.
Okay. I mean, basically you're talking about the massing and the fact that it's long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think because it's angled, it seems bigger.
Well, it will, it's kind of like looking at a square when it's diagonal. The square appears to be larger than it actually is because it's at diagonal, which is what's happening in that one elevation there, that rendering. It appears to be very long. Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see. Diane. You there, Diane? She off?
It's dark and she's muted.
Okay, so let's go to Stephen then.
It's dark and I wish I was muted.
Are you talking about me?
No, it's just my present condition. So I guess, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think first and foremost, Mark, I appreciate that changes in height. I still have various other concerns. With respect to height, I would like to see the application revised to indicate the reduction of the ridges. They're currently at 29.5 and 23 something on there, which was the original application, I understand.
Yeah, can I ask just a point of clarification on that, if I may? So if we go back and adjust heights to reflect this submission. I guess the question is, should we change the application? And I can see where this is coming from a little bit with each submission.
No, and actually, thank you for asking, because I think that's an important clarification. I'm just suggesting, or actually I'm requesting on behalf of myself, and I hope the other members, that whatever gets settled on, the ridge heights will be updated within the application, so there aren't any
That makes sense.
inconsistencies or confusion.
Yeah.
With respect to the C2.1 sheet, which is the site sections, this is very helpful. Appreciate it. I know it's extra work, but it's important.
Can you go to that, Holly?
Which sheet
No.
was it? I'm sorry.
C.
C2.1, please.
Gotta go to a different PDF. My apologies. Hold on.
That's fine.
Was it in that same PDF? Because
I have it in the application for the new dwelling.
If you keep scrolling up, Holly. Yep.
gotcha.
Go
Sorry,
down.
guys.
Okay.
Next sheet after this, I believe.
Gotcha. Yes.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so I just got to remember to look at what you guys are looking at, because I got it on my own screen. So again, just to reiterate, this is very helpful information, and I want to thank you for this. I think it's important. It also answers questions and concerns I had, so those I can put aside with respect to the height and the grade change. On the elevations, if we could go to a 2.1. I'll try and be quick about
There you
it.
go.
So on the northwest elevation, my concern is just this really kind of atypical transition from the 4-bay Federal to the left to a 1-story mass, which just seems very elongated. So in the global sense, it's long, like Val said, but on more specifics, that transition piece seems to me to be disproportionately low. Conversely, on the same elevation to the right, not using cardinal points, but just using the sheet, that addition seems to be disproportionate also. A little too tall or a little too wide, or one or the other, maybe both. The concern then starts to go around to the west elevation, where you get that long stretch on an angle. And I think if you look at the rendering of the northwest and the west elevation on that same A2.1 sheet,
Yeah.
it really, it says everything. Mark, for me, it's almost like you've taken this Federal style structure and it's a bump out addition to the right, and then you've added on to it with a different type of structure. And I think you either need to go more towards a different type of architecture, or you need to go back towards the traditional, because you're kind of splitting the baby right now on both the left side of the Federal 4-bay and it's bump out to the right, and on as you're turning the corner. Both of those speak to me as, maybe you can tell a story with a different approach in terms of the architectural design. I don't know how successful that will be if you go down to the next sheet, which is the south elevation, which shows, no, wait, this is, well, I want to look at what you guys are looking at. What structure is this?
That is the back wing on the south elevation.
Okay, thank you.
Same main mass, yeah.
Okay, so then this
Main building.
So then this reverts to more of a Nantucket typical contemporary style building, proportion wise, fenestration wise, massing wise. So I think, which I'm good with this side of it, it's those other two where I'm having difficulty. The southeast elevation, I I don't think tells the whole story, because the rendering of the east, south, northeast elevations really kind of tell more of the story, which is, how, if you go down one more sheet, there you go, that rendering again kind of speaks to the disparity in the structures. I don't know if I'm articulating that as well as I would like to, but I think you get the point. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay,
Diane, yeah, go.
I want to ask you a question. Is it ever up to us to say a building is too big for an area, whether it has the land to do it? I think this building is too big. It's just too big. That southeast one that was just up, which is now disappeared, it's way beyond what is out in a rural beachside area. And then the other one, the northwest and the west elevation, is just the same, but from another view. I don't know. I don't think it has any architectural comprehension where it works together. I think it's too big. I think it's a huge meandering of a building that's not appropriate to where it is. I think it needs to be pulled in. They're both views. This is out on the beach on Irving Street. Weeder is around the corner. You don't even see it from the boulevard or Pochick. It's pure and utter rural bit as we can get, and this building is inappropriate for it, I feel. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So, Mark, I think that, there's a lot of objections to the perceived size of this building. I don't think that the angles are helping.
Right.
I totally, back, way back in the early days when I was practicing out here, angles were good because it sort of opened up a courtyard building to an open landscape. But I realized that it presents a lot of problems because something that, when you use right angle geometry doesn't seem to be so large, all of a sudden becomes really, really large feeling.
Sure.
When you lay it out. So I think that's working against you.
Okay.
Like this rendering of the Northwest, it's on the screen right now. And
yeah.
Everybody sort of referenced this because it really shows this sort of like long, uninterrupted, there's a couple of different varying ridge heights, but it's kind of more or less all 1.5 to 2 stories. I think that if you could take like some of that and knock it down to a story, understanding of course that on the second floor you will need to get from one portion of it to the other.
Right.
You can't have it go completely to 1 story, but like a little hallway or something.
Understood.
So varying the masses, and I kind of don't know what to tell you about the angle other than that, it's a problem because it makes everything feel a lot larger than it might actually be. And to Diane's point, we're really not allowed to talk about quote unquote size of the building, but we are allowed to talk about the massing, which is exactly what we've been doing for the last 15 minutes on this project. So yeah, I mean, the more you can get it down and the more you can sort of condense the overall end-to-end perceived length of this building, I think it would be in your favor.
Okay.
I think less is more.
Yeah.
It looks very simple in your 3D rendering, but when you look at the flat elevation with the very formal, traditional frontispiece and transom over it, it's a disconnect with the 2/2 windows. So maybe the front facade should be a little bit different. I don't know, but if we're looking at, I'm just using this as an example, the Northwest, which I'm calling the front, I think it is with that door. there's the little porch that shoots off the side on the left.
Yeah.
Just eliminating that is gonna bring the perception of this overall size in. I was looking at the floor plan and the
Mhm.
site plan. It's just like one continuous building. There's a break where you have this dining area with some kind of cabana or gazebo over it. But maybe you should consider moving this second dwelling or pool house or whatever it is in back of the pool and create some more spaces to make it look like when you showed us some of those buildings out there, there were
Yeah.
some tall, but they had separated little outbuildings. And I think that's kind of what needs to happen at the beach, as opposed to one big structure. So it might just be breaking it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are all much appreciated.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
So can we hold this for some revisions?
Yes, motion to hold for some revisions.
Now, Mark, in the interest of not to cut you short, but given those comments, could we hold the other three for to
Yeah,
track?
I think that's fine because we're going to keep the
That
focus
would
on the
be
main.
really great, and then we might be able to knock off one or two other things.
Yeah,
before we
understood.
break tonight.
Yeah.
So, wait, so first motion I'd like to have is for revisions on the house.
So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you, Val. Okay, so Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and chairs in favor, motion carries. And then Val, could you do a motion to hold the remaining three items that we read or to track?
Yes, I make that motion.
Thank you.
13, 14, and 15 to track until
Correct.
we sort out the main building.
Very
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Thank you
Stephen,
very much for your time.
thanks, Mark. Stephen,
Aye.
great. Diane,
Aye.
great. Val,
Aye.
chairs in favor, that motion carries. Okay, so that does bring us down to item number 16, which is myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, and Jesse. Do we still have Jesse on board? Oh, there you are. All right, rock. Do
Hi,
we have
guys.
Karen on board?
Yes.
Okay, good. Karen, if you can hear me, you want to just start into what you may have revised on this? Forget where we left off.
Aye.
There
Oh,
she is.
you're really quiet and broken up. Where's Karen?
I'm here. I hear me.
I mean, you're like barely audible, barely. Are you wearing a headset? The headset might want to go.
Fucking goddamn thing. I don't know.
Ooh.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Karen.
Can you hear me?
Here.
Can
Yeah, now
can
we
you
can.
hear? Okay.
Okay, go.
All right. So this system has panel rear and side shed roof that the commission seemed okay with the last meeting, but we were on the front of the house. If you can scroll down, well, I guess you can see here. We have panels on the sides of the two dormers that were clearly visible from the road.
Yeah.
And so we've removed those. We also had panels on the top of the front dormers that you can see in this here. They face south and they're right. That's a good shot right there. So these front of the house face,
panels on those top dormers are integral to this viability system. And I live by this house and I buy it all the time. And I just think there's no way possible you can see these on the top of those dormers from any angle, due to the shallow and the height of them. I don't know if anyone did a viewing, but I had a viewing be done. And because we really need those panels on the top. And again, we're taking the ones off the steep roof. You won't see anything there. You'll just see the ones on the top. Leave them on the top. They'll be there, but you won't see them.
I think we'll see them.
Val, what did you just say?
I said, I think we'll see them.
Oh,
I think the property owners, Leah Cabral and Matt Hill, want to speak. And I'm not sure if they're in the meeting or not, or they
I
requested.
thought I saw somebody come on. Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, they are. Can they talk for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Leah Hill, Matt Hill. Thanks so much, you guys. We know that you've been at this for a long time tonight, so we'll be brief. But we just want to start off that, this is a great opportunity for us to get solar, to save a couple $1,000s a year. I'm the assistant biologist for the town. So I'm really passionate about solar in particular, but to limit our carbon footprint. And this is a great way to do it. You guys do a great job preserving the historic architecture on island. And I would love to be able to see us get solar and to integrate those two things. Like Karen said, our front dormers are really shallow. So honestly, you're not going to be able to see it from the road. Our road is pretty much one way. Only one car can go down because it's not very wide. And we do have trees. We have some apple trees that we planted a few years ago, and we have pretty large hedges that are coming in as well. So I'm not sure if anyone got to actually see our property, but honestly, you won't be able to see the solar panels from the road. You might be able to see, a line above the dormer, but even that would be hard to see unless you're like walking up to the house and really staring at it and know that we have solar.
It's just tough for us because we live on a very small covenant lot, and we'd put it all on the backside of the house if it could make it viable. And the people and the land that's directly across the street from us is all commercial zoning. So it's not like it's the most beautiful residential neighborhood, and I don't think it'd be very impacting to anyone to have them on top of the dormers. And we're really just pushing for this because the system doesn't work if we don't have them.
We want to do our part to help Nantucket and hopefully not get that third cable that the town has been talking about.
Third cable? Oh, wait till the turbines come up.
So, yeah, we just hope that you guys will see what we're talking about. And we already have the loan secured with the bank for all of the solar panels. But like Karen had mentioned, we're willing to get rid of those two that on the side of the dormer that you'd definitely be able to see from the street.
Right. Okay. Thanks, folks. Let's see what the board has to say about this. So,
Ray, may I speak?
Yeah, you're on it.
Okay, great. I absolutely have no concerns about this. It's a black shingle roof. The dormers pitch are very low. It's on a street that is not well used, and we are helping with the carbon footprint, and for the most part I think this meets the criteria, and I think that we should approve this.
Thanks, Jesse. That's great. Stephen.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So Jess, I just want to point out one thing. It's actually a cedar roof.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. It looked like in the picture it was black.
No worries. But that goes to my second point, which is I think this, unlike some other applications recently, is consistent with the guidelines. It is on a primary structure, but it's on the secondary masses. It's not on a primary visible facade or a primary facade that's highly visible. It's on the dormers, which have limited, if not minimal, visual impact. I think there's some concern when, just to be clear, when we hear they're not going to be visible from the street. I think what Karen and the applicants are thinking is the solar panel face. But as I think one of the applicants stated, the edge will be visible, and clearly that will be the case. However, because of the height of the dormers and because of the low pitch of the dormers, and the references to the guidelines that I made, I have no concerns.
Thanks, Stephen. Diane. You there, Diane? Let's see.
Oh, she's muted.
She's muted.
Stop.
Oh,
Mute.
there she is. Okay. Go ahead.
I think it's good. I think on the dormers is, the only thing I was concerned about was what's behind the dormer. It looks like the whole roof. I can't find a compass rose. So what way is the behind the dormers facing?
When you say behind the dormers, what do you mean, Diane?
Go all the way up to the ridge.
Yeah.
And then go down, and there is solar panels on the other side of it.
That's correct.
I'm a lady. Just give me a break.
Yeah, no.
So there's another road behind.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
like on the back panels. Yeah.
Yes, and what way is that? As I say, there's no compass rose here to tell me what's north and south.
Well, and also, go ahead. Sorry.
We had, if you remember, maybe you weren't on the board back then, we had a knockdown stand-up fight for weeks, months about Marble Way and what was across the street and all the rest of it.
Oh,
I don't
remember
want to see it destroyed. I think it's a good idea. It's a quiet street to get solar panels. I just think we should follow the rules that we have established for solar panels. So it looks like those solar panels, now I have got a compass rose. It looks like they're on the back. Is that going to be okay?
So Diane, I think that the thing that would answer your question is, if you look at on the screen right now, there's a photograph in the lower left-hand corner.
Yep.
The house itself is circled in blue, and you can see Sleepy Hollow Road running back there, and you can see there's like a huge amount of vegetation right there. Now, it's entirely possible that somebody develops that lot and builds a house there, but if they build the house, it's going to block the back of this house in the same way that the trees are currently blocking the back of this house.
So it's okay to have solar panels on the north side of the house. That's basically what I'm asking.
Well, I think it's because it's on a dormer. I think they're probably way less efficient than if they were facing on south, but because it's on a relatively flat pitch, you're going to be getting some gain. If it was a steeply pitched roof, you're not going to get anything out of it.
Right. Well, I think it's certainly worth a place there to try it out and see because I'm sure the houses there would appreciate having the solar, and it's not out on the main street. You have to be going sort of to the place to be good. So I just wanted to make sure it was going to be worth their investment.
Yeah.
And it was going to fit into our requirements at the same time.
Thank you, Diane. Val, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, I think I do think you're going to see it, and it's the front and it's a wood roof. So I'm not in favor of it, but it sounds like you guys are, so go for it.
Yeah, well, we're going to see the edge of the panels. That is true, and I don't think anybody disputes that. It's not quite the same as looking at the panels sort of face on. So I'm okay with this application. Given that, could I have a motion from one of you for this application?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. Diane?
Who, me?
Yes, you, Diane. Are you in favor of Stephen's motion?
I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
I'll take that as a yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yes.
Val?
No.
Okay, Stephen?
Aye.
And chair is in favor, so the motion carries 4-1. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go, folks.
Thank you
Thank-
so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Night, night.
Good night.
Good night.
Listen, it's 9:05. I'm totally like beat. I don't know about you guys, but should we hold the rest for, gosh, Kathy, when we're not having a Thursday.
We're not meeting Thursday. Next week is new business and we have 83 applications.
Good Lord.
Yeah, we
No,
got
I haven't even, yeah, so hopefully a few of them will go on consent, but
We have a add
We are
to
back-
other business
we are
and
back
discussion
to-
for a second.
Wait, everybody's talking at once here.
so we are back to pre-COVID pandemic levels of applications, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, and it's just a total log jam. I'm not saying anything, I mean, because we do need to do our due diligence and review all this.
Right.
But we only have one thing that we can do, and that is to hold all the remaining items over until the beginning of the new business next week.
Don't move.
Okay.
11 items.
Yeah, that's right. 11 items. So Stephen has made a motion to hold all those items over until our new business session next Tuesday, beginning of, by the way. So let's see. So Diane, you in favor of the motion?
Did I tell you I was going to Hawaii for the rest of the summer?
Well, good luck with that. You can't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, no. You have to quarantine for 2 weeks. Plus, all the airlines are out of business, so you can't fly there. You have to swim.
Wouldn't you?
But
No,
so, are you in favor of Stephen's motion to hold this for next Tuesday? Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pull from who I see on the screen. Jesse.
Aye, yes.
Okay, great. Stephen, you're in favor of your motion.
Yes.
I see Abby up there. You in favor?
Yes.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay. Gosh, all right. Do we have minutes to approve before everybody heads their separate ways?
Actually, no, Mr. Chair, point of order, Terry asked not to.
Fair enough.
Them, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Kathy.
Okay. So
Motion to adjourn.
hang on. I just want to see if there's anything that's time sensitive on our other business. I don't want to hold you any longer than I need to. Monday, 8:30. That's our next business.
Yeah, Monday.
Thursday is
Monday.
Yeah.
Monday. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can I just ask that everyone, at your indulgence, that everyone read the changes to the HDC background summary? So
Yes.
that maybe at the next meeting, we can just do a up or down vote and be done with it.
I would love that.
Okay.
Totally love that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Stephen.
And Kathy, if you don't mind
Just get it
recirculating.
off the list.
Right.
Okay, so I think that now we can motion for adjournment.
I tried it. Yes.
You can
Motion
do
to
it now.
adjourn.
Okay, so Abby, thank you for the motion. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Jesse, if you're still there,
Aye.
and chairs in favor, motion carries. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Night.
Night. Good night.